pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Na so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, e come enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass am give him friends as they shake hand for road. Na so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don throw away and give everybody for yard. Na so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, e go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Sunday na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, e come enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass am give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Sunday na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, e come enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass am give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Sunday na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. So before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Oh. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Sunday na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. So before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Oh. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
Good afternoon and welcome to the show. This is the Morning Patriot special on African Patriot Radio, and we are streaming live from Abuja, Nigeria. I hope that you join us on all our social media platforms. My name is Susan Achin, and I'm in the studios with
Mercy Joe.
And my name is Yao.
All right, you guys are welcome. Good afternoon. How you doing?
We're fine. We're fine.
We're good.
We're fine. It's still morning though.
Yeah, almost midday.
Almost midday.
Let's get there first.
Okay, no problem. But anyways, you know how we do right here on the show. We're basically bringing you talks at all. And there's always news because a lot has been happening and a lot keeps happening every single time and every single day. But unfortunately, we are basically occupied by COVID-19 every now and then. So, I mean, so much happening, you know, from Nigeria to the entire continent, to Africa and the world over. So yesterday, there was the issue of a woman that went into labor. You know, earlier we were talking about the issue of the government letting people come into the country from other countries. You know, opening the borders and all that. And then yesterday, the flight was planned to. The schedule was they were going to arrive at 3 p.m.
Yes.
But it had to be rescheduled to 7 p.m. because
of the birth of
someone
newborn.
went into labor. How is that? How about that? Someone made a statement. I don't know. It's funny that she didn't want to give birth in Nigeria. So
that probably she was in Dubai because she wanted to give birth.
Yeah, she went into forced labor. Is that even possible?
So
can
she's
you force
labor?
Citizen
of what now? The baby is a citizen of.
The baby is on air.
Citizen of the world.
No, she has to be a citizen of Dubai now.
No, citizen of the world. So it's okay.
So, well, congratulations to her, though.
So, well, they have arrived, and more people are expected to come in, but there has been a ban recently on flights for. The ban has been extended 4 weeks.
Yeah.
For flight.
So
I think they have tested those 265 already, and they were negative.
Well, for me, I think that is good. For me, I think that is good just to safeguard the nation from any other people coming into the country with cases that we might not know of.
Yeah,
because,
definitely.
In as much as lot of stuff have been done right about now to curtail the whole COVID-19 pandemic. And what have you. The thing is, recently, I think it was in Tanzania when the president came out to say the test of the COVID-19 test kit and everything isn't what we all thought it was.
It's not up to standard.
So for now, you just can't really tell. You know, you just can't really tell if the government of Tanzania can actually make that recovery.
Because
well, I don't know what is happening here.
They're talking about trees and fruits being infected now in Tanzania. So
animals.
I don't understand.
Goat, and what else? You never can tell. Even this my clothes, by the time they get to pick some samples
I'm
from
even
it.
suspecting your face cap.
Hurt you.
I actually saw a picture, or was it a video of someone being tested where something was a long sort of a stick was dipped
It
into
looks
his
like a
throat.
cutting board, but longer version.
And
yes, from the nose down.
It's scary whenever we talk about this thing. Sometimes I feel like the thing is, I'm not trying to scare anybody, but the thing is, have you seen all these zombie movies and everything? Have you seen all these zombie movies?
But the truth is, I would not be tested that way. If I go for testing and you want to stick something down my throat,
but what if that is the only way they can get to test you?
Then I will not be tested.
I think there have been comments that is that actually how they're testing people here in Nigeria, because we haven't seen
any pictures. I think one of these actresses.
And that is the thing, we've not seen any video or any images of how they actually test people.
But in Nigeria, I think it's through the blood. But that video I'm seeing, I
saw a picture of Tonto when she went to get tested, and she opened her mouth and checking it. So I don't know.
Were they trying to get DNA test or what?
I don't know what's going on right there. But then that also leads us to the funny video that popped up yesterday. Some people from Gombe. The isolation center, they were actually quarantined and they were dancing and having the time of their lives.
So are we going to classify those people as really being sick?
And this same set of people protested a few days ago.
Now this is it. It's either you have something that is going to kill you, or something that you have no idea of how it operates. And then they tell you, look, you kind of like have this thing. You're left with just one choice. It's either you enjoy the moment that you find yourself, or you just, just think and then get
So are
yourself
you saying they were
carried away.
having their last dance? That didn't
You-
look like a
no,
last dance to me.
I'm
That
not
looked-
saying. No, this is it. I'm not saying they're having like they were kind of like having their last dance. They're just enjoying the moment that they find themselves. Don't forget that like at one point in time they said Nigerians are the most happiest people in the world. So in as much as this thing is actually happening, I don't think in Nigeria it would take it that serious like way other countries because we know that last got our
Last
back.
go there,
you know?
right? Anyways,
that they're also
That's
saying
last
that
good, yeah,
the
right.
government is trying to use them for business.
And
Yeah, when they were trying to interview them and all, they said they're just trying to use us for business. He said some of us have been here for 2 months.
And-
Some of us have already isolated ourselves in our
Yeah,
houses
before
for 2
being
weeks
brought.
before being
Okay.
being brought here. So how will you tell us
And-
that we
and-
haven't started manifesting the symptoms
and a
yet?
good number of them are asymptomatic, like they say. Some people necessarily do not exhibit symptoms. But then, if these people are all right, it's as easy as retesting them.
Yes.
Some of them might just be negative.
some of them might just be having
And they should be
malaria. You know?
released 'cause
Yeah, malaria.
I'm sure they're missing their families. All right, so moving on, Kenya's government has identified 2 areas, one in the capital Nairobi and one in the coastal city of Mombasa, that will be shut off for 15 days to try and contain the spread of coronavirus. It believes the 2 areas, Islay, a Somali-dominated suburb of Nairobi, and Mombasa's Old Town, have become centers for infection. So what's going to happen is that there will be no movement in and out of those 2 places.
For 15 days.
Yeah, there are 68 cases of the virus in the Old Town, and then those 2 places have been identified as like the main, should I say, epicenters? Where the virus is mostly.
Just like in Nigeria, we
Dominating.
have Kano, Abuja, Lagos.
And
Ogun
Lagos, the
State.
figures are alarming. 80, right?
Okay,
Yesterday-
Lagos.
Yesterday we-
L- 80.
Now it's Lagos is like this. This is how the figures in Lagos go. Like
But if we're
It's like
talking
this.
about something and we're saying
It's like this.
seriously, if the lockdown wasn't eased,
yeah,
we probably would have had more improvement in Lagos.
you think so?
Yes,
I think so.
because somehow Kanu was stopping. It's not a good. I don't know. The word stopping kind of sounds funny, when
Yeah,
using it
well.
in this regard. But anyway, Kanu was actually topping at a point, and after the easing, we just saw, it kicked. It,
No,
it
but-
went-
no,
it
but
went
the
I
up.
thing
think
is-
that interstate travel ban, like if people were really obeying to that interstate travel ban, places like Nasarawa today wouldn't have had any case.
So who should?
I still have that issue with Lagos. How are they being infected? That is another question we should ask, because the thing is, because the thing is, the figures that comes out of Lagos is outrageous.
True.
It's outrageous.
No, the thing
and,
is that
and
most
in as
of-
much as the
most
government,
of the people that the total numbers that are coming out
Yes.
from Lagos now is because tests are going on.
Yes, one, and then
Where's
they have
one?
a travel history, because that is the center of activities.
The
So
contact
most
Okay.
from
tracing
them.
is what is resulting
Yes.
to the
Okay.
high cases now.
now this is it. I believe Lagos State government was the first state in Nigeria here to actually ban travels.
Yes, yes.
Both flight and then road travels and everything. They were the first. And then at
Yeah.
one point in time, the figures in Lagos that were came out wasn't that high.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
Came
all
down
of
at
us,
a point.
yes, I do understand that at one time, by the time that you get to that 2 weeks, you begin to show symptoms and everything.
Yes.
You might not know who you might have come in
come in
contact,
contact
with,
with.
and everything. Yes, you get the figures and everything. Now, every day for the past 2 months now, the figures coming out of Lagos is scary.
Very scary.
And then they keep telling you that okay, now this amount of people have actually recovered.
And they claim that some sources are unknown.
Some sources are
So
unknown.
the
that's
NCDC
another
coming to
problem.
tell us that
So that
some
is
of
why-
these cases, the sources are unknown. They do not know if it's from the travel history.
So
They
that
don't
is
know
why-
if it's from
wrong.
contact.
There
So that's
should be-
very,
So
very
that is what
worrying.
I'm asking. How are
Yeah.
these people being infected?
So I think that's the question, because that's the question, and that's somehow the answer. NCDC too. Some of them, they do not know how those people are being infected. So how
Okay,
can we
before
have
the
the
easing
answer?
of the lockdown, we could say they were not necessarily being infected. They were being tested. Because
being
I
tested.
tell you, if Nigeria is capable of testing every single person in this country, you will be surprised at the number of
numbers.
cases
Then we,
that will be found
then
out.
we now understand
That's
that we
with
are
the
dealing
right-
with them
now-
just
now-
directly that way.
So
No.
the problem I have is the issue of when it has become a contact issue. When people are not contacting from people People walk about, they might be asymptomatic,
Yeah.
they might not experience symptoms. So you do not know that they are COVID-19 patients until they are tested.
Exactly.
Now, if someone comes in contact with someone that is not tested, who did not even know he or she had the virus, that person automatically contracts the virus and then it spreads that way. So before this easing of the lockdown, it should have been an issue of testing, making sure that every state should have set up, structures where states can test people everybody can get tested. Let us know those that have it. Let them be quarantined.
Okay.
And let's know that the other people are free.
Okay. Okay. Now, coming. Let me ask this question. Now, cases in Nigeria here, they do, sometimes you hear this person recovered from COVID-19. And then in Nigeria, we've not had any test, what's it called? Like any drug that we can actually tell, now this is a drug that we've been using
I think
on these people.
Okay.
Okay.
So
I'm coming. Okay, now I'm coming. This is it. The government has not come out plainly to say that this is what we're using to help these people recover from COVID-19.
He has a point there.
Unlike Madagascar,
Okay.
and then I think you just mentioned one governor,
Bauchi State Governor.
Bauchi State Governor that mentioned what's it called? Chloroquine.
He said he recommends chloroquine.
He
for
said
people
he
to use.
recommends chloroquine.
Because he was
and then
infected.
don't forget this. At one point in time, I think is it World Health Organization when they came out to say
World
that
Health Organization has-
chloroquine is not certain to actually cure or treat.
Now, actually,
They're not sure. Nobody knows
They are
yet.
not sure. So now for the governor of Bauchi State to come out to tell you that
I had the infection.
I
and
had
I
the
treat.
infection.
I
I
got
used what
treated.
worked
I
for
used
me.
chloroquine,
And then it worked.
it worked for me. So I see no reason why you should watch yourself to die. Rather
so
than
are we
help
saying
yourself.
that chloroquine is selective in treating?
Eh,
Because
That's my problem. We need something that will kill everybody,
Now,
not
you need
just some
everything that
people.
will cure everybody.
now the issue is Madagascar came out boldly
Yes.
and said we have this vaccine. They said it's gotten from at a SEMA or a plant, supposedly that
For
treats
malaria
COVID
treatments
organic,
as
yeah?
well.
COVID
and
organic.
like
COVID
now,
organic.
but the World Health Organization said it cannot be trusted. Nobody
Yes.
should use it.
Nobody should
So
use it.
it is at you are
But
you are at a risk.
it's curing some of their patients already.
They've not
So
had
why?
any death case so
No
far.
death case.
No.
Zero.
Zero.
As
Zero death
the
case,
zero is
actually.
very big with horn and very big.
Nah, that is scary. Adding the horns to
And
it.
when I watched Bauchi State Governor yesterday, he was all defensive.
He
was upset.
I am non-apologetical
Yeah, he said
about it.
those were his words.
Those were his words.
Those
I am
were
not
his words.
apologetical
For him to have
about it.
actually used
Yes.
the
Yes.
chloroquine
Yes.
and then it worked for him,
Yeah.
that means that
I think he's
is
angry
working.
that people are shunning the use
Yes.
of
We
chloroquine
should
for the
start-
treatments.
We should start asking our government the very, very big question. What is happening?
Yeah.
What's going on?
What is going on?
What's going on? And then now moving to the NCDC, announcing, I think yesterday, strict this morning, that we now have 195 new cases in the country. So that amounts to 3,145 cases in Nigeria.
My lord.
That's a
When
scary.
is this thing going to
But
end? Because seriously, I'm sick and
And
tired of
103
every time
103
waking up.
deaths.
103 deaths. I mean, I didn't see this coming.
At least
I wake
good
up
news.
every day and I'm like, God, please.
Yeah,
I think it's good
recoveries,
news.
right?
583
Yes,
recoveries.
500 and, yeah.
534.
534.
Okay, this is it.
34
Now, this is
recoveries.
it. Now. Is it that it's just their immune system that fights this virus off, or they kind of like treat them with something that is making them recover?
That's
What
another
is
thing
it?
for NCDC to actually answer.
Let them find
What
out.
what are they treating these
People
discharged
with.
patients with?
How are they?
How are they being treated?
Is
Let
it-
us understand. And then I think this immune system talk, people are now taking drugs for immune boosting.
Yeah.
Because the way people are moving about their daily businesses like nothing is happening. Can they let us understand what's going
Because
on?
people
Probably
are
they are now
tired.
relying on just taking immune boosters to prevent them from
getting it at
this
all,
thing. Maybe that's
you know?
what's happening. But if that's what's happening, they should enlighten us more. So we do that because people are joking with this thing. Now, see ATMs. I have to fault banks here.
Yeah,
I have to
mean,
fo-
the
you-
other day we saw the video where someone was actually fighting.
Yes.
they
To
were
get into the
fighting
bank.
to get into.
Okay, imagine situations like the 10,000 naira withdrawal limit.
Huh?
Yes,
10,000
10,000 naira withdrawal limit. Now, other banks are keying into this as a cash out mechanism because now, 10,000 naira. Now, I want to withdraw about 50,000 naira. Susan hasn't come to the ATM queue yet, and I am there. But because I have to withdraw
Yeah, several
10,000 5
times.
times,
Several
I have to
times.
stay on that ATM queue, withdraw 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. That will take about almost 5 minutes. Now, I should have left since. But then Susanna comes to meet me, and Susan came with a friend. Do you see social distancing
sorry.
not being obeyed
I'm trying to be
again?
hilarious here, but that point where you just came to withdraw like 10K at once, and then someone is withdrawing like 200.
200K.
Like, oh my God.
So now imagine the person withdrawing 200K. Do you know how many other persons would have come to join that queue
But
again?
you know the
Sorry
issue.
for me.
This has been compiling. Now, most people have bank issues. I for one, I actually have some things I need to settle with the bank. But I already advised myself ahead of time that if at all this lockdown is nothing will make me go near that bank for at least 1 month. I will keep watching videos and seeing pictures and be sure that there is enough space for me to even social distance
Yes.
or even physical
Now I'm
distance.
discouraged.
before.
My
Physical
ATM is
distance.
expired. I can't even go
I
to
mean-
the bank. It doesn't make any sense.
My ATM is broken.
You see,
even
you can
worse.
imagine that. But
We all
fear-
had ATM issues
Let
right
me
here.
tell you, fear will not allow me go there.
I
But
won't go
now
there.
there are still persons like say me that have a problem and they're seeing there's so much queue in the bank, but they will still go. They say, this no they kill black man.
Some people are very hungry, and they do not have any money.
You said what,
with them
this is
anymore,
not the
and they
kid
need
black
to
man.
withdraw.
And they will still dying.
And not be me talking. I say
I feel like we should be looking at the area of what are banks doing. Shouldn't they get security people that should ensure that there is maintenance of social distancing? What stops them from having hand sanitizers?
Now this is it. Now this
But
is it.
I'm also looking at hundreds of people
Now,
queuing
this
coming
is
up.
at once.
Now this is
How
it.
do the
And I don't want
security
to
handle
put that
that
on
one
the
again?
Now this is it. How can you have 2 security men handle hundreds of people just like what
Coming
she was
at
saying?
once.
Coming at once, and then we
To that point,
Nigerians.
it's not even their problem. It's not their fault again.
And then we Nigerians, we can be very, very, very stubborn sometimes. Sorry for using that word.
Okay.
We can be very, very, very funny.
Okay, one varies is okay.
one very okay.
Yeah.
We can be very.
See that Monday now, how everybody gathered at the
Very-
bank.
Now,
gate.
this is it.
Like they opened the gate of hell.
Yes.
Now this is
Now,
it.
it's funny how they say bankers should resume work, but it was bankies.
That
That
way.
way-
You mean what?
It was
No, this is
more-
it. No, this is it. We, the customers of these banks, we know what the health situation in this country
Yes.
is.
Yes.
Then you're going to the bank, you're rushing. You're not maintaining that social distancing rule. You're not putting in your face mask, and then you're going to push yourself into the bank. What if before you leave that place, you get home? Hey, honey. Hi, kids.
hug
And then
everybody.
after 2 weeks, everybody in the house.
But
What will you do?
But do you know what I'm saying? I am seeing that, especially for Nigeria now, we have come to the point where I think they don't really care anymore.
We should.
think so.
I see.
We
see,
should.
I see.
That
see
I
people
don't
that
care
are-
attitude.
Yeah, they
we
have,
should take it off our system.
You see this
and then
banks,
care more
the
about
way they
our
can,
own health.
the way they can send us messages every now and then about
Oh, yeah.
your debit card so amount have been removed from your account for debit card, or you can come and open a bank account with us, blah 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 blah. The
Wow.
same way they can do
You've
all
got
these
a
things.
customer care service voice.
I know, yeah. If you're out there, you
She
want to
can-
employ me. I'm out here.
somebody is poaching herself.
No, the
Okay,
thing
you're
is that
pitching
those
yourself.
banks, the way they're sending all these messages, they should also send awareness messages to their customers, enlightening them that, see, this thing here is a very serious pandemic.
Some of the networks are actually trying, because when
Well,
you
it's
call,
going to cost them a lot.
when you
so-
call on some of the networks, you hear
Okay, it's not going to cost them, and they're sending us other
Well-
messages that are not really
Well, the
important
thing
to
is,
us.
they need to make profit. So
And they need to still save lives. These are their customers. If they
Have you
die,
gotten
how
any
are they going
message-
to be like, okay,
Have you-
Obi, they want them to die so that they will
No,
carry
no,
them.
no,
I don't
no, no.
understand.
But
have you
think- I
gotten
think-
any safety message from your bank?
No, I haven't.
Have you?
I have.
What?
think I
Okay,
have.
I'm not
Yeah.
going to ask you what bank
Yeah,
it
I
is.
think I have.
But for me, I've not received any.
I think
You
I
see?
have.
But
Stay
when it's
safe,
time to-
stay safe,
So
yeah,
now
stay
you get my point, yeah?
I get what you're trying to say. So
But I think that we should be looking at the way forward here. The issue there are key points arising from this. You mentioned something very profound. The fact that people get treated. If 534 people were tested positive to COVID-19, were treated, recovered, and were discharged.
So what
That
method
means
of
there is
medication
more
do they
hope
use?
than we are saying.
Exactly.
What method
And the
of
more we
medication do they
spread
use?
hope, the more we sensitize people that there is hope, the better. Because we already know that this is not a death sentence.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No.
Yes, of course. Because
500, 500 plus is more than 100.
it's always it has been less. I hope it never surpasses. I hope it never equals. But it has been the deaths have always been lesser than the recoveries. So is it possible that we do more sensitization? We preach hope. Let people know that this is not. If you do that, they will be more willing to get tested and to submit themselves. I don't know this issue of people running away from isolation centers.
I don't
here
understand.
and there.
I think it's the way they are treating them or something.
Yes.
I'm even happy.
But the health workers are doing now. 32 more have tested
positive
in Kano. Positive
again to the COVID-19. I think I was watching.
18, not sure now. But
I was watching.
No part of the world is actually safe. I think I would have just run away.
You know those
As it is right now.
PPE, the PPE, the equipment that the health workers wear on themselves.
Those
now in a hospital. Probably, let's say the core workers, that's the people really in the front line treating these infected patients. Probably they're like 10. And then in that same hospital, there are other health workers, probably even the person opening the doors, even in the intensive unit, like different other places in the hospital. They don't get this PPE as well. Just those 10 persons get the PPE. Those 10 persons now, they will still enter the main hospital building, still interact with the rest medical personnel. Now, how are you sure they one way or the other not come in contact with them? Because if everybody in that hospital is geared up like with their people, I can't imagine reporting any case of health workers being infected. They should also check all those things. Give the PPE to all health workers in that hospital. Don't give it to just some amount, because you will still be giving yourself an invalid result at the end of the day.
I think the more care we take, when it comes to our health workers, the better for us. Because if they get sick,
who's going to take care of us?
Who's going to take care of?
Okay, and then we now start.
Who's going to treat us?
We start talking of a problem of not enough health workers in the country. And who want to voluntarily come up again now?
Well, I think I would like to be a nurse.
So we have to be careful now.
We have to be careful. And, this issue keeps popping up, the issue of how are these people getting treated now. The symptoms are very normal symptoms like cough, sneezing, and
these
all
are
that.
symptoms.
Does that mean that now means that these drugs, the normal drugs, that we use to treat cough and headaches and all that and fever, can actually be used? Because is there a special drug?
Okay,
that is being used to treat these people?
I think there was one time an explanation came out. Now, the symptoms of COVID-19, pneumonia, malaria symptoms like fever, running temperature, and all. Now, I think they said something like, we treat the symptoms. We do not know particularly what we are treating for. But probably you say you have malaria. You go for anti-malaria. Now, they don't still want to tell us directly that they are using chloroquine.
Okay, because this is looking very, very related. Yes. Now, we are talking about the Madagascar plant.
They are contradicting themselves.
That is related to malaria.
Iyalagbo, after the show, I'm coming.
All right, this is still the Morning Patriots on African Patriot Radio, and we have been having a swell time. I hope that you are staying tuned to African Patriot Radio on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, and even on Twitter. Well, we've been having great talks. Shortly we'll be diving into entertainment. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to the show. This are the Morning Patriots on the Morning Show on African Patriot Radio, and we've been doing a lot of talks and all. And I told you before the break that we were going to delve into the world of entertainment. Some people cannot do without entertainment. To lessen down the whole COVID-19 air. Well, you're hanging out with the Sleek Susie. Y'all is here, and MJ. What's up, guys?
Two fingers in
What's
the air.
up, guys? Are we ready? What's going on
ready.
in the entertainment world?
All right. Nigerian singer Osinachi Joseph, popularly known as Sinach, has expressed excitement over her latest achievement. According to the mother of one, she has been trending as the #1 Christian songwriter on USA's Billboard for 7 weeks. Woo-hoo. The Billboard is the music industry's standard record chart in the United States for songs, and charts ranking are based on sales, radio play, and online streaming in the United States.
Wow.
The Waymaker singer ranked first above all songwriters like Chris Brown. Wow. Ethan Huss.
You just passed. It's okay.
Blah, 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 blah. Speaking of
Okay.
the achievement, Sinach stated that she is the first black person and the
Wow.
first
Woo!
from Africa to achieve such. Definitely a big one.
Yeah, and that's why
How come-
African Patriot Radio is telling you about this. 'Cause
Yes.
How come
The
I'm not
continent-
excited
big
about
deal.
the
this?
continent be doing us
How
proud.
come I'm not excited
Woo!
about this?
Woo, 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 woo,
Yeah,
woo.
you're actually jealous.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, jealous. That's
I
why.
don't know.
But anyways, congratulations to Sinach. She's
Yeah,
been doing us
congratulations.
proud. She is one outstanding gospel singer. I mean, I don't know how she does it.
I don't know how she does it.
But
Well, I
she
think
is
I'm not-
outstanding.
Too outstanding.
Yeah, she's
I
outstanding.
like anytime I'm listening to her songs, I'm always carried
Yeah,
away.
no, no.
So
Sometimes
when are we going
I
to
don't know
celebrate
if
you
it's-
like this, Susan?
Very soon.
Oh, very soon.
No, Susan, I celebrate you.
Already?
You understand? I celebrate you.
I like people that celebrate me ahead.
I celebrate you, man. I don't. We gonna. Wow.
You know I'm a hater,
celebrate you.
Susan.
Yeah.
I know.
You know I'm a hater.
You're just proud and jealous at the same time. Anyways, good news mixed with some sad news. That happened. Is it last week? We lost. Nigeria lost a very great dancer, Kodak.
Yeah, Kodak.
Yeah, she's a big dancer in the industry. She
Yeah,
danced.
may her soul rest in
I
peace.
mean, she has danced for the biggest Nigerian celebrities, a couple of them, and she died. It was
Still
it
in the
was
course
said
of
to be,
duty.
Yeah, she was actually dancing, and then she was electrocuted when she was charging her phone and all that. But Clarence Peters, whose studio she was found, in, was actually arrested. Well, I shouldn't say
No, he
arrested.
wasn't
He was
arrested. He
taken
turned
over to
himself
the
in with his
yes,
other
with his
For them to
team,
take
for
reports,
them,
yeah?
for them to take reports
and
and ask.
questioning.
Yes, so according to reports, he has been bailed. I don't know if I should use bail, because but he has been released. Actually, he was held back. But according to reports, the video director was granted an administrative bail for 4 days.
Administrative bail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
After the police commenced investigations on the death
Managerial
of the dancer.
bill.
What did you call it?
Yeah.
Managerial.
Managerial bill.
Yeah. They actually visited his home, and conducted an autopsy. It's a sad one there. I don't
Okay,
like to
now I
remember
want to
that
understand
story.
what is administrative bail.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you now taking us into
No, I really
law
wanna-
and crime?
Well, I thought maybe you guys have.
Please, can we
experience
talk
when it comes-
about that
Okay, you know
later?
what, yo. I'm gonna find that out, and I'm going to bore you with what administrative bail is.
Okay.
Jesus,
Well,
what
I
would
think
you
will write
want,
a
boy?
I will write a book on administrative bail, and you must read that book.
Time out.
Okay. Now,
All right, so it's great to know that.
Well,
It's great to
okay.
know that a lot is still happening. Recently, Mercy Johnson Okoji was alleged. I don't even know if I should use that word, to have given birth to her fourth child. I think Nigerians they couldn't just wait for her to give birth. But finally, the good news is here, and she's giving birth.
I was even
So,
about asking you which of
number
them.
4.
Which of them is it? The alleged news? I be the real
No,
one.
the real
No,
one.
no,
No,
the
but
real
real.
one.
Okay, the
She
real
has
one.
given birth now.
She don't born.
She has born.
Yes, all of us
She
go
has
mugo.
Miss Johnson, I'm carrying a baby.
Yeah, so a lot has been happening. It's good to know that people are still doing music. The other day, we're talking about a video director he used his phone, to do a short film, a short movie, and all that. So, well, we just have a little teaser for you guys. If you're watching us, send your comments. Let's know what you think. Now, I have a question, Yao and MJ.
I think Yao has a question. Yao.
No. I actually want to ask Yao the question.
No. I want
because
I want Yao to say something about
no,
it.
he definitely no, definitely. So
Yao.
we'll be wrapping up in a few minutes time. Yao, I put it to you.
put it
Love
to you too.
or money? Choose love or money.
Money.
Oh my.
No,
Okay.
this is it. No, this is it.
Okay.
Well, I think for me, is it?
You're a guy, so
no,
it's more interesting.
No, not like because I'm
It's
a
more
guy.
interesting.
Because they say,
I like to know.
Love is sweet, but when there's money in love,
Love
it
is
becomes
sweet.
sweeter.
Are those your words or those are Davido's words? Please speak your
It's-
words.
it-
The original.
Well,
Stop
it-
plagiarizing.
Well, he's a man, so I think he speaks for all men.
Really? Love is
Eh.
sweet, oh. When
But
when
I
you
feel-
enter, love
Love
is
is sweet.
sweeter.
No, but he was talking on behalf of his lady. Was he actually talking
You understand,
for
ba?
himself?
Now, let me ask you this:
Okay.
if I don't have money, would you love me?
Yes, I could love you if you do not have money.
You could.
Yes, I just need you to be authentic. I need you to be
your
caring,
phone.
romantic, be nice.
Check your phone.
MJ, what's up? Love or money? This
Why you
love,
laughing?
this love is deep.
It's money. I know. MJ.
No, wait. Don't judge her. Don't
It's
judge her.
MJ.
Allah had to talk. Allah had to talk. Madam.
It's MJ.
Madam MJ.
No,
Love for money. Love for
Let me
money.
ask you a question. Does love exist?
Of course it does.
Just, I'm a witness that it does.
It depends on the kind of love we're talking about because love really does exist.
Yeah.
I know
Because without love, I don't think we're all going to be.
I'm a
sitting
living
there.
the only
I'm a
love
living
I
witness
yeah,
that love
the
exists.
only love I have experienced and I understand is the love of God.
Okay, let's go.
Okay,
there.
sorry, please. Okay, no, okay,
Love
okay, okay, okay.
God.
We're being fictitious now. Love or money. We're being fictitious now. It's not okay. Love doesn't exist. Okay, but we're just imagining that
Okay.
it does. Would you pick love? Will you go out with someone for love or for money?
Actually, to be very, very frank on a frank
If he had
note,
money, let me just put it this way: if he had money and he didn't love you. If
Would
he
you still-
loved you and he didn't have money, which one will work out for you?
I'll
better?
prefer he doesn't have money and he loves me.
That's my girl.
Because at the end of the day, that's what counts. The money is not going to make you happy
Yeah,
for a
he's
long
actually- I
time.
don't know
It's
why
just,
Yao is
it's just
sweating,
gonna,
right? I don't
it's
know
just
why,
gonna
but-
be a temporary
Well,
thing.
it's just funny the way you guys make the whole thing sound like a fantasy.
No,
You know,
no,
it's
no,
just
seriously.
like,
Okay,
it's just funny.
okay. I am not disputing the fact that money makes, but okay, this is my theory. I believe that love can produce money, but money cannot produce love.
Exactly, that's the truth.
Really?
Yeah, underlying factor. Yeah, seriously. Because guess what? Money can fade away, but love never fades.
It will
It does.
fade away.
Love does. Experience has
Because
taught me
love
that.
is a body
Experience
is a
has taught
body
me
of
that.
a lot of things. Love is respect.
Yes,
love is
love is-
caring. Love is a
Oh,
lot of things.
okay, that
love.
love.
is not just love.
Yeah.
Love is a lot of things. So
But
when
when-
it's not there, how can you put money over it?
Okay, okay. MJ is she's entering motivational speaking now.
Well-
I'm feeling like jotting things down.
Well,
so I
just
can
in
take
case you
something
don't know.
out of what she just said.
Well, just in case you don't know, there's a business 101 with MJ coming up.
Yes,
Oh,
yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
trade links.
People, trade links coming
Stay
up,
tuned,
coming
stay tuned.
your
Okay,
way.
y'all. Last words for the morning, for the
That's
day.
all for today.
What's up? What's up?
I'm hungry.
What's your advice?
I'm
People
hungry. Oh,
watching
advice.
you. People watching you.
Now this is it. Nigerians, stay safe.
All right.
I'm sure that's the only thing you're going to say.
That-
Well,
That's the only thing
my
I've got to say.
pepper, pepper of God, please stay safe
Okay.
and adhere to all the rules. Let's stay alive. We'll all come out strong.
That is plagiarizing.
Okay. Signing out. Signing out. What's your name? What's your name?
Godfather.
Okay. Godmother.
Message Joe in the building.
Goddaughter.
Okay, my name is Susan. You can call me the Slick Susie. And I am saying stay safe, do the right thing, and be responsible for yourself. It was the Morning Patriot, of course, on the Morning Show on African Patriot Radio. And we'll be signing out today. No. But we'll be back tomorrow, same time. Stay tuned. Stick with us. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take it away.
is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Good afternoon and many thanks for joining us on our today's edition of the program, The Patriot. It's actually midday. No, midday Patriot. Yeah, I'm right, midday Patriot. I actually had to make that mistake. Did I say I had to make that mistake?
No, it's a mistake. Go on, stick with it.
It was just a slip of the tongue because there were little adjustments we had to make. My name is Elvis Ogan. I'd like to welcome you officially on today's edition of The Patriot, and I have...
Yeah, come on, Jojo.
It's all good. Jojo, how are you doing?
Very well, very well. So good to be back here.
I can actually see that. Yeah. The last time I talked about your birthday, you were not too comfortable with it, but we're getting closer to the day.
So close already. Yeah.
So what's in the bag?
Oh, well, we'll get to know.
Okay, it's actually The Patriot, and we get to talk about how we can love our country, do things that make our country grow, to show that act of patriotism.
Sure, yeah.
And today, someone has actually paid his dues, and we're about to talk about that person.
Yeah, which is the person that one prominent person that research has shown that he's the 13th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
True. So today, we're celebrating a particular patriot and the person of late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua, the 13th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But he didn't just jump out of nowhere to become the 13th president of Nigeria. He actually did a whole lot that shows that he was a patriot.
Yes, true.
From his early life to schooling and then picking up some jobs that you consider patriotic to an extent.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get to talk about the 13th president of Nigeria of blessed memory, late Umar Musa Yar'Adua.
Yeah, so Yar'Adua, before he became the president, he was the governor of Katsina State in the northern Nigeria from 29th of May 1999 to 28th of May 2007. And he was declared the winner of the controversial Nigerian presidential election held on 21st of April 2017. So you can see that he was sworn in on 29th of May 2007.
That's actually a democracy day in Nigeria,
yes,
because we returned to a democracy that particular day. And interestingly, he returned with the current democratic dispensation. Record that after the death of General Sani Abacha, the peace ambassador, talking about Abdul Salami Abubakar, stepped in, and after 11 months, he handed over to the democratic government, which actually saw the emergence of Obasanjo, former president.
Nigeria.
Actually became the president of Nigeria.
Yes.
And Yar'Adua became the governor of Katsina State at about that time, and then he moved from being a governor
down to
the president.
Well, he had a lot of things he has gotten himself involved in before he became the governor and then the president. It's shown that he actually was a lecturer in one of the schools in Katsina State. Yes, and he thought there for a period of time, and then having gone for his own taking stand to contest for presidential and normal presidential contest and election and all that. Yeah, so
interestingly, he actually went up against President Muhammadu Buhari in that particular election. Record that President Muhammadu Buhari contested several times before he finally clinched the position in 2015.
Yeah.
So it's actually interesting, and then to label that election controversial to an extent because two major opposing political parties came to criticize the outcome of the result, and then talking about the influence of a political godfather, that was actually a big one. But something that Yar'Adua did when he rose to that position shows that he was a patriot.
True, he was, because
he didn't just pay deaf ears to the complaint people that were flying around concerning the outcome of the election. But so he went ahead to look into reforming the electoral system, setting up a committee that was headed by a former Chief Justice or a Justice of the Supreme Court, and that shows to you that this man is ready to do the right thing just for the love of the country.
Yeah, true.
Because he not minding whose ox is being guarded. Okay, before then, let's talk about his early life, family background. For him to become a governor of Katsina State shows that he is from Katsina State.
True.
Same state with our incumbent president, and then becoming governor of that state from 1999 to 2007, and moving ahead to be the president. Has a lot to tell about his personality.
Yes.
But before then, let's talk about his early life down to his primary school days. And not very far from the FCT, he had a short stint at Nasarawa State, Kefi precisely.
Yeah, precisely.
Like,
he was there.
sometimes back, I was in Kefi and I had to go do something in that school, and I was like, man.
Did you come in contact with him?
No.
School?
Unfortunately, that was a long time after he has left
Okay.
Earth, like after he has
He died, yeah. Okay.
So his early life.
Yeah, so Yaradua's early life, he was born in a titled Fulani family in Castina, and his father, Musa Yaradua, was a minister of the League for Lagos in the First Republic and held the chieftaincy or title of Matawale, or custodian of the royal treasury of the Castina Emirate. It's a title which Yaradua inherited. Right, so because of his father already had a prominent stand, and he was an emir and holding a title on his own. So that's what probably inspired Yaradua, like his son to Musa Yaradua already. So you can see that in the family group they already had a name and they were prominent already.
If you truly know the Nigerian tradition or the African traditional institution, some of those things are basically inheritable.
Yeah,
that's what actually gave him the platform to shortly inherit that.
Yeah.
But he didn't just sit back and look at himself like somebody who his family has actually had a name that he could bank on or just capitalize on and do things. So he went out to fend for himself. He loved education. Yeah. Attended so many schools.
So I think there was this passion already on him to go out to also be outstanding, to stand out and be able to do things for himself as well.
There are some certain what do I call factors that played out during his early education. If you check very well, that in primary school he attended 2, secondary school he attended 2.
Yeah.
It's just university that he had to stay put to Ahmadu Bello University, where he did sciences.
True.
Chemistry.
Yes. Yeah. So decided he, and it's also stated that he started his education at Rafuka Primary School in 1958 and moved to Dutsinma Boarding Primary School in 1962. And he attended Government College at Kefi from you said that, from 1965 to 1969. While in 1971 he received a higher school certificate from Barewa College. He attended Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria 1972 to 1975, where he obtained a BSc degree in education and chemistry, and then returned in 1978 to pursue an MSc degree in analytics chemistry. Wow. What is an educational background here?
If you want to bring in that argument of science and art, like we normally have it in education, in our educational setting, to an extent, what made him more of a solution provider is the fact that he was a science student.
True. And he had this, the sound knowledge from science already, so it's really coupled with everything, just made him to be able to present himself.
Every time we talk about people who are well schooled and learned, and we saw how well and how much they did in trying to solve problems, now reminds us of the state of our educational facilities at the moment. And we're talking about wrong approaches by the tutors or people in that profession due owing to so many factors, maybe not much motivation, not much incentives being given to them, to why we have our educational quality dropped this low. Because if you see how like he didn't just go to school to pass exam, but he went to solve problems which we saw that he displayed to a large extent. We were coming to some kind of reforms and the achievement he recorded while he was the governor of Katsina State, and the much he wanted to do while he was the president. While he was the president of Nigeria, until unfortunately his health conditions didn't see us achieved much of these things. But let's still go back to talking about you just highlighted his educational background. Let's talk about his career, like how he started picking up some teaching profession. And like I was saying, if you see some profession people took up or people take up, you will understand that some people are really out there to pass this knowledge because they want to pass on what they have acquired.
Yeah, not just, when we on this program we do talk about patriotic art and what people have done, but you see that most times people are not just there to show off or just to have self-interest, but a lot of people went through processes, to be able to be at the position they are, and they're not just there for self-glorification or selfish interest, but a lot of people, a lot of patriots, they really work so hard and passed through a lot, had a lot of process to get to where they are. So we could just talk about the professional career of Yaradua. So Yaradua was first employed at Holy Child College in Lagos. I think you mentioned that, did you?
Okay,
No,
in
I didn't.
1978 to 1975 rather to 1976, and he later served as a lecturer, which I did mention, at College of Arts, Science and Technology in Zaria, Kaduna State, between 1976 and 1979, and he began working as a lecturer at College of Art Science, remaining in his position until 1983 when he began working in the corporate sector. So you can imagine he was a lecturer, and
He served as a lecturer, and then
yes.
after the service, he had to become a lecturer in that same school again.
Same school,
so,
yeah.
talking about the teaching profession, the other day we were talking about the place of the workforce in nation building.
True.
And we're trying to look at how teachers or tutors are being treated. And I was like, there are some jobs people take up.
For granted,
People take up, you will know that they really want to do this job because they want to pass something on to the next generation. Not like when people are out there to make money, or like you said, for self-gratification from these several professions. Take, for instance, why we are looking at this man as such a great patriot is the fact that if you study his family background very well, you will know that he almost had everything at his disposal.
And
so he wouldn't really need that much for him to be comfortable. So we are not even looking at the fact that he picked up those employment because he wanted money, but because he wanted to impact.
Which we have seen, we have seen, right?
In different capacities, in different areas.
Looking at his background from the educational level to his career, you can see how sound and how, how accurate we can see so far and how he has come. So when he was in power, when he was in position, we know that of a truth. From his background, we get to know that, okay, he went through this process, and then that's why he was able to come and be outstanding, and he's able to be talked about at the moment. He's able to be called a patriot.
True.
Yeah. So Yaradua, moving on to still on the career. Yes, Yaradua worked at Sambo Farms Limited in Funtua, Katsina State as its pioneer general manager between 1983 and 1989, just after the teaching profession and all that. And he served as a board member of Katsina State Farmers Supply Company between 1984 and 1985, member of the governing council of Katsina College of Arts, Science and Technology, Zaria, Katsina Polytechnic between 1978 and 1983, and the board chairman of Katsina State Investment and Property Development between 1994 and 1996.
You were talking about how sound this man was while he was alive, and that reflected in how often he changed jobs, or how he moved from one place to another. Possibly reasons why these things happened were not stated, but a logical thinking will actually put it out to you that he has done well in this area, and everybody wants his services. So you see him at almost everything. And then studying chemistry, coming to become a general manager in farms. He speaks
cooperative, organizations as well too.
Serving as chairman and director of other organizations and cooperatives like you talked about. So you see,
with all of these things he has uphold, all of his career life could actually make you know that this person or this personality, his sound, as long as more than away from being sound, he has experiences in different fields and areas. So we can see so far that this whole thing, whole career profession, his experiences would tell more. So lastly, for the professional career, he also served as a director of many companies, including Habib Nigeria Bank Limited, 1995 to 1999.
From science to banking.
Science banking. What a great career there. And Lodi Guinea Nigerian Limited from 1987 to 1999, Hamada Holdings 1983 to 1999, and Madara Limited from in Jos 1987 to 1999. He was chairman of National House Press Limited in Kaduna from 1995 to 1999.
Wow. he actually his contributions cut across different spheres of life, different institutions.
Yes, true.
That's why we've seen the much impact he has been able to make on our country. And if you study the terrain of this country well, and you really want to impart on lives or the situation in this country, you will understand that there are some certain things you need to get yourself involved in, no matter how well you might think things are not going well.
Sure.
That is why most people see motivation from things like that, and they go ahead to see that they correct some of those ills.
True.
So he actually He didn't, like I say, he didn't jump out of nowhere to become the president.
Yes.
Even from the first democratic and second democratic dispensation,
yes,
he has been able to align himself with some political ideologies, and we're about to go into that. So his political career, do you have that?
Yes, the political career here says that during the Second Republic, and that's 1979 to 1980.
Okay, I'm feeling like we're giving two overdose of what we have. Can we just take a little break, and then when we return, we do more on that?
Sure, all right, no problem.
Okay, it's still the Patriot on African Patriot Radio. My name is Elvis Oga, and I have
Josephine Paul.
We're talking about celebrating a particular patriot on the radio this afternoon, on the program this afternoon. Stay tuned, and when we return, we continue with the show.
Yeah.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say goal! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Welcome back. You stay tuned and listening to your number one radio station, African Patriot Radio. The program is still The Patriot, and we will talking celebrating a particular patriot, the 13th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
True.
My name hasn't changed. It's still Elvis Oga.
And I'm Jojo. Yeah, Josephine Paul. Elvis, why would your name even change? I mean, you should be remembered for something as a patriot. So
true.
Yeah. So looking at Yaradua as our case study today on the patriot, one that cannot be forgotten, and you know how far he's come, and even at his, you know, that we can still remember him for something as a patriot. So we're talking about his political career, having discussed about his early life and his professional career
to a large extent.
Sure. So his political life, the party politics during the Second Republic, that at 1979 to in 1983, Yaradua was a member of the leftist People Redemption Party, while his father was briefly the national vice chairman of the National Party of Nigeria during the transition of programs of General Ibrahim Babangida to the Third Republic.
Can we just pick something from that particular part of his political career he just read out, where he had to belong to one political party and his father belonged to another one?
Yes. So you see that the name of the party was People's Redemption Party. That was the first party he had.
PRP.
PRP, exactly. So while his father was bravely the national vice chairman of the National Party of Nigeria. So the father was in another political party, while his was also different. But you see
and
that
we didn't see that bitterness that we see these days. And I tend to ask, how did we get here? Is it that we are no longer patriotic? Because I can see that if you really want to go into position to serve, coming from different political parties will not be an issue. I think what should be an issue is try to hold people that we get into position accountable, so that we just contribute to the common good of
the
everyone.
society. Yes, true. Yeah, so during the transition program of General Ibrahim Babangida to the Third Republic, Yar'Adua was one of the foundation members of the People's Front of Nigeria, with other members such as Atiku Abubakar, Baba Gana Kingibe, yes, and Bola Tinubu, Sambo Bakin Zuo, Rabiu Musa Kwangwazo, a political association under the leadership of his elder brother, the late Major General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua.
Yeah, remember I was talking about his elder brother who was in the military.
Yeah.
And then there are things about these political inclinations that will be unraveled later when we get to see how he became president and how he came to choose former President Goodluck Jonathan as his vice, as his running mate, because there was this belief that, there was this record that we got that Jonathan True has been in politics before he became the vice president to Yar'Adua then. And funny enough, he seems to have been in this same political party with the then elder brother of late Musa Yar'Adua. So when we get to how he came to choose, you will understand.
Okay.
But I think he did not use that sentiment to choose Goodluck, because they were actually a good pair and they made a lot of work together during their short term together for about 2 years out of 4 years. So we're just imagining.
Yeah, so it's not sentimental. It's not because
we're just imagining if his health didn't fail him and death did not come to snatch him away. We're just imagining the much he would have achieved as a president, because if you see his plans, we're going to talk about his 7-point agenda and all of that. But before you continue with that, I actually saw some messages that popped up here. Like we keep talking about you being part of the program anytime, any day. I have this one here from Mr. Clay. He says, great work, guys. And he's still talking about great show, The Patriot with Elvis and Josephine, the late 13th president of our great nation, Nigeria, was and is my best president ever in person of Alhaji Musa Yar'Adua of blessed memory. He showed the qualities of a good he showed a good quality of a nationalist and was accommodating. He was a Nigerian. We also have another message here from Director TSFX. Great job. We see you, Director TFS.
Thank you.
Thank you for that one. Yeah. So can we continue with his political profession or political career?
So having mentioned all the people that were involved in this, all the members that were involved in that organization or association, the association later fused to form the Social Democratic Party. Yar'Adua was a member of the 1998 Constituent Assembly. He was a member of the party's National Caucus and the SDP, the party's National Caucus and the SDP State Secretary.
That party actually happens to be the same party that late MK Abiola contested, that actually had the ticket of himself and Kingibe, Babagana Kingibe on it.
Okay.
Yeah, when they were trying to rename the Abuja National Stadium after MK Abiola, trying to celebrate him as a patriot that he was, and all, then trying to find a way of bringing justice to his family, because it was believed that that was the most credible election ever in the history of Nigeria, and then not having him on set actually feels somehow. And when this current administration came on board and they were trying to do all of that, we got to see that information, and I'm glad that so you get to see that some of those qualities being displayed by Yar'Adua has been around since, and he has been able to rub minds with people who share the same feelings about. Remember when we were talking about patriotism, we actually talked about aligning with people who share the same views with you concerning your country. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, so and the SCSDP state secretary in Castina, and they contested the 1991 governorship election, but lost to Saudu Bada.
Yeah.
Yes, and the candidate of the National Republican Convention and an ally of Babangida. So and the governor of Castina, that is Yaradua, was still moving on, talking about his political career.
Yes.
In 1999, Yaradua won the state's governorship, and he was the first governor to publicly declare his asset. When I went through this, I'm like, whoa! So he even made something. He did something different.
Yeah, he didn't just stop that. He became the first president to declare his asset when he actually clinched the position of presidency in 2007 as well.
Yeah.
But one thing we were trying to look at, why even go this far? Because you see that even though if it has been a law since, you don't get to see people do that a lot.
Yeah.
And this man tried to show that, okay, he tried to show a good example
yeah.
and then try to look away from corruption.
So let's move on to more of the roles and more of the things he did while he was in for governorship. Talking about the political career, Yaradua's administration saw various developments in the state, Castina, and then Castina became the fifth northern Nigerian state to adopt Sharia or Islamic law. Education was prioritized and several schools were built in local areas. Yaradua also delivered on his promise of running an efficient public administration with corruption significantly hampered. He was later re-elected in 2023.
Yes.
2003.
They say one good turn deserves another.
Yeah.
So having done this much during his first term,
so
the best reward the people of Katsina State could give him, and the best service or the best favor they could do to themselves is entrusting their mandate on this man who has actually proved worthy of this position.
Sure.
So re-electing him.
So you can imagine that they tried re-electing him back to the position 2003. Yeah. So because of how how far he's come and then his influence on the position.
This particular piece of information about him says so much about how patriotic he was while he was alive.
Yeah.
Okay. Delivering on his campaign promises and then prioritizing education.
True.
If you take a look at the Nigerian terrain, illiteracy is one major issue in the Nigeria or Africa setting as a whole. But knowing that education is what will solve the problem of illiteracy, and then birthing so many schools in the local area. You see, one basic problem we have with some of the neglect or negligence of the rural areas actually result into several other things. That's when you have to deal with issues like migration and then overcrowding of the cities, and then people don't tend to look at the rural area, but himself looking inward to see that it will be fine if we have these things done in the rural area. It will go a long way, and he went ahead to do that. The people actually saw that. I want you to go to the next details of this particular piece of information about him being the governor of Katsina State. There were some good remarks or comment passed at him by the people of Katsina State, and I want you to bring that out.
Yeah, so while he was being later re-elected in 2023, according to a public hearing that was carried out shortly after his death in May 2010, there has never been a governor like him in the history of Katsina State.
True.
Yeah, so moving over to 2017, his presidential election. On the 16th to 17th December 2006, Yaradua was chosen as a presidential candidate of the ruling PDP.
I remember that primary night,
April 2020,
where People's Democratic Party held their primary election for the presidential race. That's on the night of 16, and it proceeded into
17.
The early hours of the 17, and how people actually came. They came to see that he was the chosen one, and if you see the margin, the person that came close to him, that the person that came second in that contest, was a one-time governor of Imo State and the 7th senator, Rochas Okorocha. Yaradua was talking about over 3,000 votes, and the next person in second was talking 300 votes.
300 votes. that was an election, a period that cannot be forgotten. Because I think
I'm trying to see how we could actually bring in people to be celebrated as patriot on this platform or on this program as well, because talking about people that contributed to the success of his emergence as president or as even the flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party. Because for someone to say that, okay, if it's for the money, there are other people that are willing to spend more money than this man. And then there are other factors that could actually be used to push this man aside. But anybody that actually showed that the ambition of this man and showcases actually believed in the Nigerian project and see that Nigeria as a country deserves someone who is prudent, who is capable of leading the country. And we saw how much of support the former president Olusegun Obasanjo gave to this man, that people actually claim that it was out of this support that he got into the position. So let's go ahead and talk about
that. Is why it's very important and prominent that you have to associate yourself with people that have influence, people that would help you and support you, to another level, another career that you are, because your circle of friends will actually determine.
Then on that particular point you just raised, before you align yourself with people who have influence, who can help you, please make sure you mean well for us, right? Because if you don't mean well for us, if these people actually mean well for the people, they might not consider you. And then if you happen to be someone out there that have influence, please don't give the wrong people chance to lead people.
Don't let negative sentiments come in between. So while we're discussing about the 2007 presidential election, which I just said was around 16 to 17 December 2006, Yar'Adua was chosen as a presidential candidate of the ruling PDP for the April 27 election, receiving 3,024 votes from party delegates. His closest rival, Rochas Okorocha, received 372 votes, like you said. So Yar'Adua's success in the primary was attributed to the support of concubine president Olusegun Obasanjo.
Of the then incumbent president.
Yes, true, of the then incumbent president, you can see. At the time of his nomination, he was an obscure figure of the national stage.
Like he was not really known nationally. He was just the most thing or the best thing people knew about this man was that he was the governor of Katsina State, and he was doing really well, taking into consideration the plight of these people, building schools in rural areas, making sure that his administration was run successfully, carrying everybody along, showing all those patriotic gestures.
Yeah, true. So at that time of his nomination, he was an obscure figure, like you just explained right now, on the national stage, and he was being described as a puppet of Obasanjo, who could not have won the nomination under fair circumstances. So you can imagine that people's, mindset, people were just thinking that he won't just he would not have won that position. They were for Obasanjo at that moment. So shortly after winning the nomination, Yar'Adua chose Goodluck Jonathan, governor of Bayelsa State, as his vice presidential candidate. Another view of the support he received from President Obasanjo is that he was one of the few 7 governors with a spotless record of corruption. Yes, devoid of suspicion or charges of corruption. Yes, like you just said. And he also belonged to the People's Democratic Movement, PDM, a powerful political bloc founded by his late brother, in the person of Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, who was also Obasanjo's vice president during his military rule.
Like we were talking about his early life or his family background, and we were trying to see how much his family were well placed to for Yar'Adua to say, okay, I'm from a wealthy family, I don't need to do all of that for me. But because of the love he has for the country. Out of his passion for the country, out of his patriotism for the country, he still went ahead against all odds, regardless of whatever he faced on the way to come this far or to go this far while he was alive. And he successfully wrote his name in gold, and we are talking about him today.
Yeah, true. So in the presidential election held on 21st of April 2007, Yar'Adua won with 70% of the votes.
That is about
24.6 million votes, according to the official results released on the 23rd of April. So the election was highly controversial and strongly criticized by observers as well as the two primary oppositions candidates in person of Muhammadu Buhari and Muhammadu Buhari of all Nigerian People's Party ANPP, yes, and Atiku Abubakar of the Action Congress AC. Yes, it also was a result where largely rejected as having been rigged in Yar'Adua's favor.
Yeah, talking about his presidential career or his presidential election, right from when he declared his intention to when he clinched the party's primaries to the general election. There are a whole lot of things you could actually talk about there. And then, interestingly, what struck me there is the choice of his vice that actually had things that find a way of tracing itself back to his elder brother, who actually served as Obasanjo's deputy or vice during the military rule. And like I was saying, so these people actually had people from their family who was vice during the military regime, and then he had to do all he has been doing, not forgetting the fact that his father was a highly placed or a highly placed person in the traditional institution, having an emir, which the name he inherited for a while that we talked about, and all of these things. Like I said, because of his patriotism for the country, he went ahead to do all of those things. And one thing I want us to talk about now is how much he craved for the betterment of the country, and then he hit the ground running. He was sworn into office by May 2019, and by June his cabinet was already put out, or not too long we saw his cabinet being announced, comprising about 39 ministers, and then having accepted people from other parties like the ANPP and other parties that came in to form part of his cabinet, and that actually points attention to how patriotic he was, and then how much he was able to achieve during his short term in the office. Recall that he actually brought out a 7-point agenda that was supposed to make Nigeria 20th biggest economy in the world by 2020. And recall that was when we had due process, where if you find yourself in anywhere, you have to follow due process no matter how highly placed you are. There are some of those his agenda I want us to talk about. But before then, like you said, his cabinet was sworn in on 26 July. So he was sworn in office into office May. Barely before 2 months, he has already formed his cabinet, and people actually attributed the speed he recorded while discharging his duties, or trying to say that he manifested his promises to people as part of this speedy way he chose his cabinet. Talking about late Umar Musa Yar'Adua, people actually saw him as one president who would have done very much if not for death.
Yes, true.
That we get to see that when his death was finally announced, and we saw how his vice then reacted to it, and even the then president of United States, Barack Obama, actually had to send in a very heart-touching message, a condolence message, and till today, if you read it, you'll be real touched. So let's talk about his national agenda and the rest. Okay, like my colleague has been doing a whole lot of background check on the man we're celebrating today. We're actually doing this because his 10 years remembrance was just a date before yesterday. It was on the 5th 2010 that he passed on. And we're still talking about the legacies he left behind as a patriot that he was. His national agenda I talked about were actually largely hinged on a 7-point agenda. But before then, in August 2007, the administration unveiled a 7-point agenda to the focal point of the administration's solution to developmental challenges and stated goal of elevating Nigeria to be among the 20 largest economies in the world by 2020, like I earlier stated.
You said, yes.
Yeah. So just for the sake of record, I'm about to read some of the 7-point agenda, which hint on critical infrastructural development in power, energy, and transportation. And if you look at the problems we face in this country till today, these are the
Related
areas that if we can,
challenges, yeah.
if we can conquer this area, trust me, it will virtually have.
Nigeria will revolve a bit. Will
It
really
will,
go a
it
long
will
way.
affect every other
Yes.
sector of our economy.
True,
And then
true.
he was one of the agenda was to focus on development issues in the Niger Delta, and he did well. Like this was one of the few agenda that he actually brought up, and he was able to adopt it to a very good point before death snatched him away from us. Recall that it was during his era that the Niger Delta Commission, NDDC Development Commission, was formed, and he was able to address the issue of militancy in the Niger Delta region, granting amnesty to these people, and then the ones that actually came out to surrender were sent abroad for scholarship. Most of them are back in the country now, and they have been able to start a living for themselves. Some of them use the knowledge they gain to
pass on to another people,
to other people, and try to use them to solve issues in Nigeria. Even though there are some murky water surrounding that commission or that agency at the moment. Recall that there were allegations of corruption being peddled in that commission right about now, which the anti-graft agencies are working around the clock to see that those issues are being addressed.
Tackled,
but we have to give kudos to late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua for being able to address the issue of militants in Niger Delta way back when he was the president of the country. And then one of the agenda also talked about wealth creation through diversification of economy. Every time we keep talking about it because all we've been talking about as the mainstay of our economy ever since the discovery of oil. Initially, it used to be agriculture, but since the discovery of fossil fuel oil, it's been oil. It's been oil.
Yes.
And I came across a publication from a former CBN governor, the person of Professor Charles Soludo, when he was talking about while he was governor of the central bank, he already projected and told Nigeria as a country that there will come a time that oil prices will drop. So we need to look elsewhere. Else, our hands will be tied at that moment. And when Nigeria was trying to give excuses to why some of those things are happening, he came out to say, but while I was governor of CBN, I told you this. What did we do? What did we do? So for someone like Yar'Adua to see that, that was a need, and then that was one of his agenda, then actually says a lot. And then one thing why so many people tend to hold late Yar'Adua so dear to heart is the fact that he is not one of these people that they know the problem, they'll just put it down on paper and then they will not go ahead to put it on the ground. But if people saw how genuine this man was, how sincere he was, and how ready and willing he was to see that things actually changed in Nigeria. And we saw how he went about it to an extent. Even he didn't stay much because of the health issues, and that actually led to his death. And we also saw that he was talking about human capital development. We saw him display that with the amnesty program in Niger Delta, sending people abroad
to school, to acquire knowledge and all that, like you stated clearly. And now you can imagine that people that were sent to acquire knowledge outside the country, then them coming back and put this knowledge to practice. You understand? Be able to do something, and even so far, so good as we are today celebrating him. We see that these people that even go out to acquire this knowledge, these people that have had experience are able to pass on this experience or this knowledge to other people. And you can imagine that there's so much of advantage and something laid back that they can hold to, even having the president Yar'Adua, his exit and his death has even made an influence on their educational life. So it cannot be forgotten.
And if you even if we take our minds back to Katsina State while he was governor, birthing schools in rural,
as a priority as well.
Birthing schools in rural area is another way of human development. You could see that this man actually knew what he wanted for the country.
Not just know, he was able to utilize it, was able to put it to work as well.
Okay, some of the other list on the agenda of the 7-point agenda is security itself. Even though then we've not had a full-blown terrorism or insurgency like we have now, but then there were other issues of security that needed to be dealt with, like the high crime rate and several other security issues. Then, very importantly,
food security.
He talked about that, and before then, we've actually seen successive administrations talked about that. We recall how the Obasanjo administration brought up so many organizations, department, ministry, and parastatals to this particular need. I remember there's this particular program in the school where in the university where I schooled. That was actually an initiative of the Obasanjo administration that was aimed at providing food security. Another particular aspect of the 7-point agenda I want us to look at is one problem that has made agriculture, commercial agriculture, very hard in Nigeria. The issue of land tenure system, which made commercialization of agriculture very hard, because for commercialization of agriculture to be in place, you need a very vast land, because you cannot go and rent a tractor with a very good high amount of money and come and plow a very small land. And this land tenure system actually had several, do I call that, legislative processes that are quite cumbersome for these changes to be made. So that actually slowed that down. We didn't see much result to that regard, but for him to have thought of it and reading his body language, see how serious and how genuine, how sincere he was in passing all of those things, it's something that we need to look at. And then while he was in position, he actually talked about electoral reforms, like I made mention of why we were during our introduction, where he saw that, okay, the election was largely criticized. So what do I do to make it better? And then he had to undergo several electoral reforms. And like I said, he made a particular man, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, a part of that particular committee that he formed that was supposed to look at it and see how elections could be conducted to be more transparent, to be more credible. And there's this angle he looked at it that I like so much. If you know the kind, okay, before we go into that, we have to talk about the independence of our electoral body. We call it the Independent National Electoral Commission. How independent are they? I remember a particular time we were on a show talking about a particular election. Was that 2015 election or 2019 on a different platform? And the guest I had on the show that day was talking about how can you say something is independent when it's being funded by the executive arm of the government? So to an extent, people were looking at, okay, some of those shortcomings we see with the electoral body can be largely traced or in a way be traced to the way they are being funded. So if there's another way this can be funded, it's actually a good one. It will be a good one, and it will make them to be more transparent, even though like we've seen a large improvement from what it used to be. Like our democracy is still in the nascent stage, but we are growing. And
change is occurring and effectively.
We understand that the way this change is going. So like we're talking about, if you see the amount of money that is being committed into carrying out election, you will understand that we really need to get it right once and for all. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, because what Yaradua was trying to look at regarding the electoral reform is speedy decision of electoral litigations. When someone does not feel satisfied with the result of an election or of a poll, and then he submits a litigation, and then they don't get to judge this case until maybe the person who where these charges are filed or leveled against is being sworn into office, and then maybe after 2 years, this person was busy in the office collecting all the allowances and everything, and then the victory is overturned at the court of law, and then the next person comes into office. That's why you keep having by-elections. Then this person needs to stay for the 4 years that is supposed to be his, but out of the 4 years, 2 years has already been taken by somebody who the victory was overturned or has been overturned. And then do we make these people pay for all the allowances they have collected? What of the time that actually make our elections not to be in uniform? You have, okay, they say the elections period for this particular, for the country is so time. But you have some governors who have not exceeded or have not maybe spent their 4 years. So you have to wait. That is why we have by-elections. So he was trying to look at how they can bring the judiciary in so that we see expedite actions on deciding this litigation so that we don't get to see some of these delays. Okay, having said all of that, like you had wanted to say something.
No, I just want to say like so much work being put into the this agenda and that has been passed on throughout his tenure and before his death occurred. So you can see that all of these agendas was something he was looking into and wanted to take wanted to tackle, in the area of the nation, the country, and the economy and its change itself. So there's a whole lot of things that he has done and cannot be forgotten.
Okay, let's talk about his family briefly because our time is fast ticking away before we get back to talk about his illness and the sad news of his death and all of that. Talking about his family, we know that in entirety he's married. He had about 2 wives, but not in the same time. And then a particular wife that we used to know as the first lady while he was the president had 7 children for him. 5 girls and 2 boys. Funny enough, do you know?
And one of them got married to a governor.
It's not one of them, about 3 of them. 3 are all married to governor. And I was like,
it's in the blood, like in the family circle,
That's what happens when you know the right thing to do, and then you actually are genuine in your ways, and people see that believe in you. Like I just saw that, and I was like, man,
this circle, this family,
and that actually made me to wish that he is still alive. Let me see. We'll get to see how he would have been able to transfer. By now, he would have been one of the biggest elder statesmen who have around, and then people will go to seek knowledge on how to run the government affairs from him. Right. And we could see that even while he's not in position, he's still busy working for the
something
common goal.
Else, yes,
for the goal of our people
all
as a
in
nation.
the same goal and objective, just for the transformation and the growth of everything the world has, to offer.
Okay, talking about his illness in 2009, at about November, before this particular illness that took his life, you were talking about the illness that had to do with his respiratory system that actually took his life.
So in 2007, he suffered from a kidney condition challenged
called pericarditis.
Pericarditis. Just in short form, the kidney condition challenged his critics to a game of course. And in an endeavor to earn speculation about his health, on the 6th of March 2007, he was flown to Germany for medical reasons. Further fomenting rumors actually came up about his health,
and he collapsed.
Yes, he collapsed, and his spokesman came up and said he was due because of stress, and he would be recovering and come back for campaigning. Another report was shown that period that he was rejected by Yar'Adua's spokesman, claims that Yar'Adua collapsed after suffering a possible heart attack.
Okay, and particularly the illness that actually took him to Saudi Arabia, where he was to receive treatment that kept him away for about 2 months or so, that actually people were feeling like it has created a vacuum in the power, and they were trying to see how a doctrine of necessity would be adopted so that presidential powers could be transferred to his vice, the person of former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. That illness started around November 2009, and he was in Saudi Arabia till February 2010 before he came back. But on the 10th of because why so many people feel that they need to adopt that doctrine of necessity and transfer power, that, like we said, vacuum was suspected, and people were seeing that cabals, like we said, the issue of cabals we hear didn't just start today. People were actually talking about cabals being run in the government while he was away, and they needed to transfer power. Just like it's this thing with this current democratic dispensation that we've always have to an extent very quiet vice president, but they actually knows their onion and they know what to do. So when all of these things were happening, true, Jonathan was not speaking much. Former President Goodluck Jonathan was not speaking much, and that people saw that the doctrine of necessity needed to be adopted because the vacuum that was created was being usurped by these cabals. So on the 10th of February, the House of Assembly actually adopted that doctrine of necessity, but some opponents or opposition lawmakers actually saw that as a coup, and they were calling it a coup. And even though they did not call it that name, but from their body language and everything they were saying, actually have a lot to say to that regard. But 14 days later, Yar'Adua was flown back to Nigeria in the dark hours of the day, and even though there were rumors that he was still on life support until when his sad death
announced, death.
Was announced later on the 5th of May. So even after coming back from Saudi Arabia on the 24th of February, he lived till the 24th to the 5th of May before he passed on. I recall a particular mild drama that played out then when there were rumors while he was Saudi Arabia that he has already passed on.
Yeah, true.
And his former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, had to put a call across and then put it on record. And he was like, Baba, they say you don't die. Is it true? And we heard his voice that, no, I'm still alive. And media houses carried it then and all of that. But in a nutshell,
he finally passed on,
yeah. In a nutshell, he was a patriot. And then we don't just come here to talk about these things.
Or people, without their impact.
Apart from that, yes, we actually highlighted the impact, but we're just trying to pass a message to everybody listening to us at the moment that regardless of how bad the system is, that should be a motivation why you should get into the system and correct things. You just heard that from your one and only radio best friend, Elvis Oga. And we're wrapping it up already. Jojo, your last word on the show.
Yeah, so just like you said, that was clearly a bottom line and it hits one there. Okay. You understand? I feel like every challenge in personally and in a system or in an economy should actually pave way for one to do greater things. You understand? Because for let's take for an instance where there's lack of power supply, there's a moment where people fight for for it to come for light to be there at the moment. So where there's darkness, that's where light comes in. Do you understand?
And that's where light becomes very useful.
Yes, very useful, exactly. So every challenge actually is what makes people greater. Do you understand? And every work put together for the betterment of your community or the betterment of the society is actually what is very important for one person, and it can never be forgotten. So I always say that one should do the right things and leave their blueprints, and so that your memories can actually be laid down and not be forgotten. You can actually leave your blueprint on the science of time, and one day you can actually be talked about, and one day you can be remembered for something good and prominent.
All right, thank you so much, Josephine Paul. To our listener, join us tomorrow, same time, same station, for another interesting edition of this.
Yeah, just a quick one. I just want to shout out to everyone that commented and dropped your comments. Thank you so much for being a part of the program and for sharing your comments. It's the Patriot, and you know how we do it here. Just keep listening to African Patriot Radio. My name is Josephine Paul.
And I'm Elvis Oga. Stay tuned, as up next is Information on African News, which is our news bulletin.
Yeah.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Time check, Africa. The time is 1 o'clock in West Africa, 3 o'clock in East Africa, and 2 o'clock in South and Central Africa. This is Information African News reaching you from African Patriot Radio. You can listen to this broadcast by live streaming at www.facebook.com/African Patriot Radio/videos. My name is Elvis Oga. Morocco has rapidly expanded its fleet of drones as it battles the coronavirus pandemic, deploying them for surveillance, public service announcement, and sanitation. Moroccan firms have been using drones for years, and the chief of Droneware Maroc, African distributor for leading Chinese drone company Yasin Quemo, says it is among the most advanced countries in Africa for unmanned flight, with a dedicated industrial base, researchers, and qualified pilots. A chartered plane conveying Nigerian returnees from the United Arab Emirates has made a U-turn after a pregnant woman reportedly went into labor. The chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabri Erewa, confirmed this. The plane, which was scheduled to arrive at 3 p.m. at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, had to be rescheduled to 7 p.m. Foreign Minister Geoffrey Onyema also confirmed the U-turn during his speech at the Presidential Task Force briefing on COVID-19 on Wednesday. Meanwhile, a ban on all flights in and out of Nigeria has been extended by 4 weeks from Friday. The initial ban was brought in at the end of March in order to halt the spread of coronavirus. In business, the World Bank will grant $7 million to Zimbabwe to help in the fight the new coronavirus outbreak that it's expected to worsen an already struggling economy and food crisis, a bank spokesperson said on Wednesday. Zimbabwe is more than $1.2 billion in arrears to the World Bank, African Development Bank, and European Investment Bank, making it ineligible for funding or debt forgiveness from global lenders. On entertainment, Nigeria gospel singer Osinachi Joseph, popularly known as Sinach, has expressed excitement over her latest achievement. According to the mother of one, she has been trending as the #1 Christian songwriter on U.S. Billboard for 7 weeks. The Billboard is the music industry standard record chart in the United States for songs, and chart rankings are based on sales, radio play, and online streaming in the United States. The Waymaker singer ranked first among other songwriters like Chris Brown, Ethan Hawes, Jason Ignam, Paul McBurry, and others. Speaking on the achievement, Sinach stated that she is the first black person and the first from Africa to achieve such. On sport, Anthony Joshua's promoter says the world champion's next title defense may not be staged behind closed doors despite the coronavirus crisis. Anthony Joshua, the British-Nigerian professional boxer who is a two-time unified heavyweight champion, is considering moving next fight against Kubrat Pulev, which was originally scheduled for the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on June 23rd. And on to the weather, Brazzaville, Conakry, and Khartoum are mostly sunny with 34 degrees Celsius, 31 degrees Celsius, and 42 degrees Celsius, respectively, while Accra, Ghana, and Johannesburg, South Africa, are partly cloudy with 32 degrees Celsius and 22 degrees Celsius, respectively. And that was Information African News as produced by Josephine Paul. Before we go, our African proverb for the day is a Beninese proverb that says, "You must attend to your business with the vendor in the market and not to the noise of the market." I am Elvis Oga. Good afternoon, and stay tuned for more interesting programs from African Patriot Radio.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful oh.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Okay, so you agree with me that style is a part of our present, and how you look, how you appear goes a long way
to tell
who
you
how
are.
and how you be.
Like they say, dress the way you want to be addressed, basically.
Exactly. So your appearance contributes a lot to the impression you're going to be making. Yeah.
To a large extent, yes.
To a large extent.
But I actually do like to see people look all fine and flashy,
yeah.
Fashionable basically. But sometimes you wear a really beautiful dress and then there's lint all over the dress. Okay, so at that point I just like, okay, that's a pretty dress, and I come closer and I see all of that stuff in it, and I'm like, okay, the dress just automatically looks ugly to me.
You.
Yeah.
So now the important thing is whether you're trying to save money or whether you're trying to save that favorite dress of yours that you're probably thinking of throwing out. You're just here to tell you don't need to throw it out. There's common fashion fixes or hacks that you could actually use to save those dresses.
Yes, and so you're also saving money and then saving your favorite clothes. Yeah.
Time. Anyways, this is Fashion a Freak on your number one radio station, African Patriot Radio. Today we'll be talking fashion fixes.
Fashion fixes.
And just like the name says, fixes. So we're going to give you little things you can do, like we said earlier, to save those favorite clothes of yours that you don't need to throw out. How about we go on a short break? When we come back, we'll dive right into the business of the day. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Okay, welcome back. Like I said, this is Fashion a Freak on African Patriot Radio. Before we went to the break, we said we will be talking
Fashion fixes.
Just like the name implies, different hacks. So few little hacks you could actually use to save those favorite dresses of yours. And it all depends on what you're trying to fix and how you want to go about it.
So basically today on the program, we're going to be teaching you or telling you how you can save both time and money. Because I think, okay, the first fashion fix I want to give out there is trying on jeans without actually trying them on. That saves time.
Honestly, because if you're like me, who when you go for shopping, you actually a lot of people like to play dress up sometimes. So sometimes they go shopping and then you just want to wear other clothes, just wear clothes.
No, but
they can be fun, but trying jeans on is actually can be very tiring.
It's a job I do not want to take on, trust me. So trying on one jean after the other, and basically sometimes you find a jean you really like, you try to put them in, put them on, and then they wouldn't pass
too small or too big. Yeah.
And so you can save yourself the time and the hassle of doing all of that by actually trying jeans without trying them on. By this I mean, if the jeans actually fit around your neck, then they're definitely going to fit your waist.
Your perfect size, yeah?
Yeah, so rather than try on jean after jean after jean, you could just look at, if you like it.
Yeah, so basically it has to go around your neck.
Yeah, if it does.
Exactly. So most times if it overlaps, then you know that it's going to be bigger. It's going to be bigger.
Yeah, and then if it's just the perfect size, if it just hits like right there behind your neck, you know, like, okay, this is my perfect size. If it overlaps, it's bigger. If it doesn't touch, then if it doesn't go through, it's smaller. So basically, that's like trying jeans without trying them on. So it saves time and energy. It saves money. Because sometimes you're like, I don't want to try on this. Let me just buy it and go home. And then you
end up buying something you can't use
on the side. And really, there are shops. A lot of shops don't do refunds anymore.
Actually, well, maybe some used to do it right anymore. They don't do that
anymore. They used to, yeah. So you rock them, and we're not selling rocked items here.
Okay, so and one fashion hack I like to share is this: using a hair straightener as a color iron.
Oh, I
know that sounds kind of dangerous.
I have a problem with that. Please don't burn yourself.
Yeah, don't burn yourself, but it actually works. Imagine you put on a shirt that has a color, and well, some people don't actually know. You were saying earlier, some people don't actually know that the colors have to stand. Yeah, so you wear a shirt and then you realize that the color isn't standing. It is supposed to stand.
Yes, people actually just like it late.
Yeah, they just like it. But then there are colors that. They're colors that are actually supposed to stand. So you notice that, or it's wrinkled somehow, it doesn't stand. So instead of taking off the whole shirt and trying to iron it, or you could actually get a hair straightener and just put it. So you just be careful not to burn yourself, and do not leave it too long on the clothes so you don't burn the clothes either.
Imagine you start a fire.
Yeah, that
fire extinguisher. Okay, earlier in the show, I was talking about wearing a really pretty dress with lints all over. Yeah. Now that's actually a source. It actually happens a lot with with sweatshirts. And yeah, you could use a lint roller, but when one is not handy, you could use razors.
Yeah,
true.
Razors could work, but then you need to be careful not to go too tough on
them.
You
don't pick the dress.
Yeah, you don't tear the dress itself.
And so if you have leftover residue in it, you can use a tape to take what's left.
Yeah, whatever is left. Yeah.
And so your really fuzzy looking dress goes back to not new, but the lints out, basically.
It's close to new. I mean, when the lints are out, it's close to new, exactly.
Yes, that works. And there's something else that really does work. To all the wine lovers out there.
Okay.
Okay, so in case.
Okay.
Come on. If you spill red wine on your dress, and then it stains kinda, do you know the white wine can take it out?
So use the white for the red.
Yeah, I don't know if you could.
Use the white for that's wow. That's
brilliant. So basically, if you spill red wine on your dress, you can actually use white wine to take it out. That works.
So I had someone say that. So you have to like pour like a little bit of the white wine on maybe a cloth napkin or something.
You could just
use it or directly, but use something to dab in it.
I think you could just pour it directly and then let it for a while. Basically, it just takes it out.
Okay. Next time I spill red wine on my dress, I'm not going to. Okay,
someone's confessing right now. So actually confers.
Okay, so I have one here. So it's sometimes you notice like you have like little holes in your dresses.
Oh,
and then you just feel, oh, hey, I can't wear this anymore. And then imagine it's that dress, that
like
blouse that you love,
dress.
your favorite one, yeah. And then you're just thinking, oh, there's a hole in it. I can no longer wear it. But hey, that's good news. So what you have to do, get a very fancy button.
Okay.
Get a fancy button and sew it over that little hole.
Oh, that's like a
That actually does a lot of magic. You can thank me later.
Okay.
Thank me later.
I think someone's confessing because that dress. Oh, that's what you did.
No, I haven't done that yet, but okay.
Yes, that's what she did.
But no,
I'll tell you when she's wearing that dress. I'll tell you. Trust me.
But that actually goes a long way. So you don't need to throw the dress out because of that little tiny hole. Just sew a button in it.
Okay, still earn fashion fixes. A lot of us do not like to take out our shirts. Imagine you go on a date and then you spill oil on your dress. For all of us that have, nothing. Just accidentally you spill oil on your dress. Do you know that you could use wash up liquid to take it out? You don't have to take out your dress.
Okay.
So wash up liquid on it, a little of it. You could dab on something and then it actually does take it out.
Okay.
Yes, true. It works. It works.
Okay, it sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Yeah, come on, you're like in a restaurant and probably you have all the plans for the day. Yeah. That's not just the restaurant and then go home and then you have to wash your hands after you're done eating. Yeah. So you could just quickly grab a napkin. Take on the liquid you're supposed to wash your hands with, and then dab. It works every time.
Okay.
Seriously,
yes,
okay.
Missy.
Oh, come on. Okay, I do stain my clothes a lot of times, so basically, I think I know a lot of those hacks.
I can imagine.
Come on.
I'm not done it this year. I'm agreeing with you. You said it. I didn't say it.
Okay.
Okay, so there's this is the one here where you can use a marker to cover a bleach stain on your clothes. So let's take a dark jean, for instance. So for some reason maybe bleach gets in it and it now looks like faded white at point. Yeah. So it's different from the other color. So you have like a black marker.
Now that depends on the color of the clothes.
The color of the clothes. So that's I'm using a black jean, for instance. Yeah. Okay. So you have like patches of bleach in it, maybe like spots, and sometimes you look at this and like, oh, the jean is ruined. I can't wear this anymore. I need to throw them out. Imagine that's like one of you. It's very difficult to get jeans or trousers that actually fit these days. I'm serious. I'm speaking from experience. I told you earlier. Most times I have to buy jeans and the waist might actually be my size, but then my hip region, my thighs, it won't fit in. So sometimes the hip will fit, but then the waist will never fit. It'll always be big. So most of us have that problem. So when you find
figure eight problems.
When you find jeans that actually fit, trust me,
you don't want to lose them.
So something like this happens when bleach stains and all. You actually use like I said, for instance, a black trouser here. Use black markers.
More like permanent markers.
Yeah, permanent markers. Black permanent markers. Use them on it, and trust me, it will do magic. Like I said, you're going to thank me after. Okay, thank us. I'm not trying to be selfish. You're going to thank us after this.
She's such a picker. Don't worry, I'm used to her. Okay, talk about stain removals. That one you're trying to fix it. Somehow you can fix stains as well for stubborn stains. Yeah. Do you know that you can use talcum powder, especially when it's a white shirt? Yeah. So use talcum powder. Probably sometimes you wash and then there's still stains in it. So use talcum powder. Leave it overnight. It actually soaks out the oil. And then you could just wash normally. Oh. Yeah, it works. White powder.
Okay. Well, you said it yourself.
Oh, please.
You stain your shirts a lot.
They should really just do that.
I'm sorry. I just repeated what you said. Okay. So, still on hacks here. You can actually stop your fly from opening. When we talk about fly, when you button up
your zipper.
Yeah, when you button up your trousers, that space in between, where it keeps opening or it keeps opening up. So you can do that by getting like an elastic band or a zip holders. They actually sell those. They have zip holders, but you can't get a hold of that. You have to get like an elastic band and put it on the zipper itself. to prevent it from opening. Put it on the zipper itself, and then
connect it
to the buttons.
Yeah,
so that way it keeps it in place and it doesn't always open. Because I've seen people that always have to struggle with that. You sit down for a minute and then the zip goes down, and then you have to keep pulling
and
it
it's
up.
really embarrassing.
It's very embarrassing.
Many times I see stuff, not myself, but I don't have the guts or courage to tell the person, your fly's open.
No, honestly, it's very embarrassing because you're somewhere and then it's open and there's somebody looking at you like, what did you just do? I'm not saying, but you know what I'm talking about. Like a lot of people like to have like different ideas about what's going on here. Okay.
Away from Amy's stores.
Next hack, please.
Okay, still on zippers. You know, many times the zips like it gets stuck and it wouldn't move anymore. Do you know you can use candle or crayons to like let that move? Even nail polish works as well.
Oh my god!
It creates like a base, slippery base, not silicone base.
To actually pull it up, that works.
Yeah, God, I nearly said silicone base. Okay, so it works like a base. It lets you move freely. That works a lot of times. So if your gin is stuck, you don't have to toss it out. If your gin is stuck, you don't have to use all the. I see girls use thread and needle to like hold it all.
Wow.
Oh, you've not seen that.
Wow.
Okay. And then once a girl she wanna like pee, and she's like, okay, I want to pee. Oh my god. I did sew it all up. Yeah, she but she didn't know.
I don't want to imagine how that worked out for her.
So now you know, because if she loosens up and has to pee, then she has to move around with an open fly.
Yeah. Oh my. Oh well. And
now you know. Save yourself the hassle.
Not sew it all up.
Yeah.
Please, you don't want to go through that. Yes, it's kind of like a crayon. That works. Yeah.
That works for you.
And also, well, for those that chew gum a lot, and those that do not chew gum a lot but still fall victim of this, because some people chew gum and just leave gum lying around, and then imagine sitting on a chewed gum, an already chewed gum, and then that is actually spoils like a lot of clothes for some people. And for people that don't know how, trouble of getting it out. Some people don't have the patience of having to, to go out. They just feel, oh, this dress has been damaged already, so just throw it out. Well, here's good news actually. You can actually get that sticky gum off your clothes.
True.
All you need to do is just
get an
make it cold. Get an ice cube, something. Put it on just make sure it gets really cold, like the gum itself on the clothes.
Yeah, because I think gum actually does react to temperature.
Yes. So the colder it gets, it makes it
stiff and stick together. Yeah.
So once it gets really stiff from the cold, then it's easy to get off your clothes.
Peel it off. Just peel it off.
Peel it off. You don't need to
if you have a problem, you don't know what to do with such problem I'm talking about is maybe you are out to roll on and you didn't know. Yeah. Just wake up and then boom, you want to go out there. Oh my god, I'm out of deodorant. Okay. I got you. If you okay, why am I laughing? Okay. It sounds like something you wouldn't want to do on a normal day, but come on, emergency situations require emergency.
What your style is already.
Okay. So if you have lemons, that could work in lieu of deodorant.
Lemons actually go along with it. They're very fresh and they actually help take out odors.
Yeah, so it deodorizes. Yeah, so basically if you do not have a roll-on, lemons could suffice.
Yeah. Okay. So one last hack we have to give you before we go, because we're
running
out of time. Is this? A lot of people have issues with the shoes not fitting properly because probably they're too small and all of that.
Yeah.
Well,
you can widen your shoes.
Or maybe you've eaten a lot of things you shouldn't eat, and for some reason your legs are actually fuller than usual. That happens actually when people take a lot of sugar. I'm just saying.
Really?
Yeah, that happens. So what you can do is fill your shoes with water and ice. So probably put water like in a Ziploc bag, and put it in your shoes, and then put it in the freezer. So when the water actually solidifies, turns into ice, it actually expands the shoe. So you could do that, keep that in the freezer for like 24 hours or overnight. That could actually work. So by the time it becomes solid, you bring it out and the shoe expands, it widens, and then you can.
I've had a lot of refrigerator hacks. I know it also deodorizes your gin, your
shoes as well.
But I just think, why don't you just wash it?
Well,
Yeah, but in case you're one of those people that are not fans of washing stuff, you could actually put them in a Ziploc bag and then put them in your fridge. It deodorizes a lot. Your shoes, your clothes, basically.
Well, unfortunately, that's the law we can take today on Fashion Freak. We've been talking fashion fixes. Well, my name is Ekanem, and I've been in the studio with
Udor Immaculator.
Yes, the white one. Anyways, coming up next is You, Me, and Society. Stay tuned.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. Before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. So before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Now the match don't start. Tunde na him first catch coronavirus. Him pass am to Sarah. Sarah go market and she dash Adamu. Adamu carry the virus run come give him children for house. Now so the children carry the virus enter playground. From playground, it can't enter grandpa body. Grandpa take over, pass and give him friends as they shake hand for road. Now so grandpa friends carry coronavirus go their house. So before you know, they don't throw away and give everybody for yard. Now so corona enter box 18 and he say go! My people, if we give coronavirus chance, it go win all of us. Protect yourself and your family. Stay inside your house and make sure say you dey wash your hand with soap and water at least 12 times a day. If you get cough and fever and it dey hard you to breathe, call 0800 026 7662. Corona dey kill. Make we careful o.
Good afternoon once more, and it's always an amazing moment every time we turn up in the building to talk about several issues bordering on society that will affect you, me, and the society at large. My name is Elvis Ogan. It is my pleasure to welcome you on today's edition of the program, You, Me, and Society. I have some two elegant and beautiful ladies in the studio with me, so it's more like a full house.
Yes, it's absolutely a full house because it's all about us, it's all about society matters. My name is Josephine Paul.
Yes, and my name is Mercy Joe. So I'm joining in on this program for the first time, and I'm really very excited.
Because I can see you really want to affect the society positively.
Yeah, definitely.
By tackling some societal issues which have not been going well.
Exactly. From my voice, you know I'm ready for that.
I can actually tell. Okay, topic for discussion or topic of the day, illiteracy.
Okay.
Yes.
Illiteracy.
Illiteracy.
I think the first question is, what is illiteracy?
What is illiteracy?
In the layman language, illiteracy is lack of knowledge, inability to read or write.
True.
That's just it.
That's just what illiteracy means.
I remember back there when you hear someone call you
an
illiterate. That word is always so deep, and most times people who don't even understand the meaning just be like, "That finish me" and all that.
Okay, there is no way we'll talk about illiteracy without talking about the literacy rates or literacy level across different parts of the world. Particularly in Nigeria, presently, our literacy rate is pegged at about 72%.
Wow. So it has actually increased?
Yeah, it has increased. It used to be 61 in 2008.
Actually, 62%
Okay.
in 2018,
Yeah.
rather. In
Okay.
2008 was 51%.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 51%.
Yeah,
So that means it's increasing.
It's increasing.
Despite technology on the rise, illiteracy is still on the increase.
But when you look at illiteracy, you will see some level of discrepancies between the male and the female. So people tend to train the male children more than the female children. So it's one of those reasons why we are looking at illiteracy today. Take for instance, if you take a look at Kenya, an African country, illiteracy rate or the literacy rate in that country is about 74%. And then when you take a look at the male literacy rate, you have about 86% or 83%.
Wow,
and
so high for the leaders.
Then for the male, you see for the female rather, you see 74% or below that. Yeah, it's very low. And then, taking into consideration the kind of continent, the kind of place we find ourselves in, if not for campaigns and for programs like this we're talking about now, you get to understand that people don't really train their female children.
So now, are we discussing or talking about the female, the girl child education, or we're basically about illiteracy generally?
We're just talking about illiteracy generally, but it will not be too good if we talk about illiteracy and don't pay attention to some of those
So we're
things.
saying the proportionality of the statistics between the men and the women.
True. Okay.
Yeah,
Jojo,
no, I just want to say that it can be taken into consideration, like male and female too. We can actually address that issue.
Yeah.
Okay, then still talking about the literacy rate in Nigeria. If you take a look at states like Abia and Lagos, they provide the highest literacy rate in the country.
Oh, that's nice. Impressive.
Yeah, Abia and Lagos with over 96%.
Wow. For both the male and the female.
The female, yeah.
So they make it an equal thing for both male and female to be exposed to education.
Yeah, to an extent, like Lagos is more like a city. So even in offices, parastatals, department and ministries, you tend to see a whole lot of females play major role and major parts. So if you say that, it won't be out of place. And then we've seen how people from Abia and other eastern states actually come out in flying colors when we get to talk about the WAEC, the NECO, and the JAMB.
And I think we should also ask questions like why people are not educated, why children from infancy do not get education. Like, is it something that is on the part of the parents or the government?
We'll be talking about that when we move ahead to the causes of illiteracy. Yeah. So, like I was saying, Abia and Lagos providing or having a highest literacy rate in Nigeria. And then a quick look into literacy rates across the world will show you countries like North Korea, Cuba, and other countries actually topping with. North Korea is actually having 100% literacy rate. 100, like almost everybody in the country is literate.
Now, in that case, I want to do a comparison.
Okay.
Nigeria, North Korea. Now, no matter 62. What, Nigeria 62, North Korea what?
100.
100. Now, let's be very frank here. Nigeria's illiteracy rate is quite lower. But if you want to come and bring a North Korean person and a Nigerian person that's really an illiterate, two illiterates, which do you think would beat who?
Truly literate or illiterate?
Illiterate, both illiterates.
Okay, both
of them coming together.
You're bringing in a North Korean person with a Nigerian.
You can't still, definitely, you will not still be able to compare the intellectual of that North Korea person to the Nigerian.
I'm actually trying to look at how feasible or possible would that be, because from the look of things, even though it would be kind of hard to be say everybody in North Korea is educated, but from the statistic we are recording 100% literacy there.
Now, you see places like China, where despite they have illiterates, you see that they take vocational skills very, very seriously. Now, you cannot compare that illiteracy rate or IQ with some other countries. Do you get my point? Now, some other countries, their illiteracy is from the beginning to the end. No vocational skills, no intellectual skills, no sound and everything. But you see places like China and some other places that take vocational skills very, very seriously.
And then even bringing it to Nigeria, where you talk about bringing an illiterate person from maybe a country with high literacy rate, and then Nigeria too. And you see, when you're talking about vocational training, your cultural background will actually maybe have a role to play in your own smartness, and then putting you on a pedestal where, even though if you are stark illiterate, there's a way you have knowledge about certain things.
Certain things, like Jumoke, the bread seller,
Yeah, I remember. They actually photobomb. T.Y. Bellows, and
they're
from
different.
there,
yes. And if
and
you
look at these comedian, actually have to spell things in very funny way, and you'll be hearing
And if you're familiar with the series Jennifer's Diary by Funke Akindele, in the movie you watch and understand that despite she cannot speak English fluently, she has lots of life opportunities hitting her left, right, center. So it's trying to, but sometimes I think we're not portraying a kind of a right story. Are we trying to say that illiteracy, regardless, you can still make it so much in life without being illiterate?
I think it's quite possible.
We are going to weigh the options when we go ahead to see causes of illiteracy and then consequences of literacy. But meanwhile, let's talk about the types of illiteracy.
Okay.
We have functional illiteracy, cultural illiteracy, medical illiteracy, agricultural illiteracy. Across every sphere of life, you have illiteracy across it.
Okay, you're trying to...
Cultural illiteracy is when you don't really know much about your culture. You are so distant away from your culture.
I think most people are victims of that cultural illiteracy. Most times when people are not very good at their culture, probably because we're not raised and brought up in whatever.
I think I'm guilty.
We actually slipped into a very long one sometimes back, but thank God for current awareness and campaigns. There's this time that actually people see your inability to speak your language as something very fashionable. I remember way back in the village, and if you just step into the village and you cannot speak your language, everybody like a celebrity. Everyone want to be your friend.
I think now people are even getting to be ashamed of themselves.
I'm literally, I'm ashamed of myself. Like, because when I get to travel, like to my place, and everyone's just fluent speaking dialect. In fact, that scenario is just basic, because when you go to your village, you get to speak your dialect. When I was in school, back in school, like my classmates, some of my circles of friends, they were from my place, and most times they want to interact, they want to talk to themselves, maybe they want to say something, and they're just talking and fluent in the language, and I'm just lost. Like, I don't know what to say.
I think I almost wouldn't have been able to speak my language very well at a point in time. I think it was some time ago when my grandma came to the house to stay. She was ill, so she came to stay in the house for 1 year. And then the only thing you can communicate with in her is the language. So I had to somehow find my way around it. Do I J, Enegbe, Wasei Bai, all those kind of things.
And truly, that is how I even got to learn how to speak my own.
Can I tell? I actually came across somebody, like I'm going to mention the person, that was looking for Google to teach her a language.
I think we all know the person. We know the person. It's not too far.
Come on, I feel like if you can learn from it, then go and do it. Because I mean, it takes a whole lot of time to be able to learn your language. So if you don't have
Google knows your language more than you. I can't imagine that.
That sounds some kind of weird, though. It should be the one. It should be the one imputing this thing.
You understand?
Google. Yeah. Not looking for Google to come teach you your language.
Well,
that's
everyone
by the
with
way.
different, ways of learning.
But thank God we're talking about it. People will know that it's actually a deformity if you cannot speak your language. True. Like you are handicapped. That's what one of my senior friends will tell you. If you cannot speak your language, you are handicapped.
You're leggy cap.
I think one particular period of time, my brother was taking an exam somewhere, and one of the criteria they gave was you being able to speak your language. That's one of the tests for you to be able to pass the exams. Like when you're coming for an interview and all that, they will ask you, where are you from? And then when you tell them where you're from, if you're not able to say one or two words in your language, it's a default there.
Okay, another type of illiteracy that actually tends to hamper on human lives, that actually could lead to death, is health illiteracy, where people don't get to have information or
enough knowledge
about health. Like a drug is being prescribed and then you are not literate enough, or you lack that medical literacy or health literacy for you to know that overdose of this can actually lead to your death and all of that.
And I think the literacy is not just on the written aspect alone. For instance, the death of the dancer Kodak, who died last week. Now, I heard that she was given milk immediately after the shock.
Okay.
Now that's where the medical illiteracy comes in. You do not understand that you're not meant to give a shock like someone that was electrocuted, anything liquid or food at that point in time. You're not meant to do any of that because it only goes to trigger what is not meant to be triggered. So now you see that's where the medical illiteracy comes in.
Fine. Like people who suffer from sickle cell disease, they are not supposed to be around so much excitement. So you know these people, and you don't take them to, maybe they have these favorite celebrities. You don't take them to shows around these people because out of excitement, it could trigger the crisis.
What about ulcer patients? Not enough knowledge that you shouldn't eat anything fried or pepper, oil, pepper, all of those things.
I came across a research recently where people were talking about an ulcer patient not having to take milk because you know, ulcer is more like a wound in your intestine, and milk does not heal it. It can actually calm down the crisis you experience, but to open up the wound.
And then even the awareness that actually you can have vitamin C very often as an ulcer patient because you know vitamin C has a way of healing the wounds, and that's a nerve repairs. So you understand. So putting those. Let's not go there.
Okay, let's talk about emotional illiteracy, where people don't get to understand their own emotions and that of the people that actually leads to war. Misunderstanding, riot in the society. Remember, we're talking you, me, and the society.
You, me, and the society. Okay. About the emotional missing. I think when you do not understand a person's feeling, when you do not understand what's going on in that person's head, you get to assume a lot by yourself, not understanding probably this is the way the person is going. Now that can cause chaos.
True.
Because probably Josephine came and then angrily or something, she just took my phone and walked away. I'm not understanding what's going on. Before I know it, I've turned her and I've slapped her. I may not understand that at that point in time, she thought, because of anger, she thought that phone, my phone, was her phone. Do you see where it comes in? Trying to understand. If you're not understanding enough, I think that's where the illiteracy comes in.
Okay, let's take a look at causes of illiteracy. There are several factors that could cause illiteracy, ranging from factors that are actually contributory from the side of the parents and that from the side of the children as well. To a large extent, if you say illiteracy is transmissible or transferable, you won't be wrong.
True.
Yes, because parents who actually had a little knowledge or who didn't go to school much might not see that need or that reason for their kids to go to school.
It's not only coronavirus that's infectious. Illiteracy is also infectious.
To a large extent.
Because when the parents lack knowledge themselves, when they are probably they didn't have opportunities to go to school, and then they grow up. They come up, they are being able to raise children, and then you realize that because they didn't have that knowledge, because they don't even have knowledge about schooling, and it might actually affect the child if they don't try as much as possible to also train the children in learning and all that.
Like you actually said that they might not have that knowledge or that need to even send their children to school because they did not go to school, they did not see the opportunity or how much they have missed. But gladly enough, we've seen parents who actually pick up challenges from there and be like, since I did not go to school,
I was going to say it's the other way around too, because
most of them, they feel like I cannot give what I don't have. They have that mentality so much.
I actually listened to a story of a boy around my neighborhood where he was actually at this loggerhead with his dad, and his dad is actually an aged person, senior citizen for that matter, and he's busy collecting pension now. So anytime this particular boy meets his dad for funds for education and other stuff, the father would be so blunt enough to tell this child, I will soon pass away, so I will not be alive to eat from the fruit of what I'm telling you. So he refused giving this boy money for school and all that. But thank God the boy was able to find his way around, and because he loves education, he knew where he was headed. So
imagine that psychological trauma
every time. So that's why every time the boy come around me, my only two, I try to motivate him. Yeah, with whatever.
And in the same light, on the other hand, we have parents that do not have anything. Let me not say anything. They struggle so hard to get whatever they were going to bring to the table for the family to eat. But they try as much as possible. They feel like, I didn't have an education. I couldn't go to school. I must, by all means, by blood or whatever, make sure my own child goes to school. They're always trying to cut that record.
I know about a family too. Like I shared this story to balance it up from the other side, where the parents of this man actually did menial job, go to weed people's farm to send this man to school. And this man was actually, he was talking to me on knowing the place you came from some times back. And he was like, he remember way back while he had to travel all the way from Benue to Zaria for schooling. And then they were boarding trains then. And when he came back, all the money they sent him during the term and all of that, the semester, he came back and he had to give the balance to his parents because he knew what they had passed through. You get what I'm saying? Like, they sent him like 30 naira then, and he was able to spend only 25 naira plus transport. When he came back, he returned the 5 naira that was left to his parents because he.
How many of you do that?
How many people do that?
How many of you did that? I mean,
oh man, that was amazing.
That was amazing. But I think illiteracy doesn't apply to just the younger ones who ever growing up. There's still the adult education. Because
and which more, but this period they actually have adult education courses that people actually go to take.
Yes, because some persons didn't have the opportunity to be educated from infantry. So most of them, when they now grow older, they now try to look for all those adult education stuffs and all that, so that they can be educated as well themselves.
Okay, lack of books at home and lack of stimulation as to the importance of reading actually could lead to illiteracy. Like, people don't motivate you, they don't even stimulate you to see that why is literacy or education important. When you don't get that and you don't even see books around to read, it could actually lead to illiteracy.
Yes, true, because even in school, even people that have opportunities to go to school, and if you go to school and you don't have your books to read, it will actually affect you because you don't have any knowledge of probably the course you're doing and all that. So if there are no books around, it can actually diminish, actually slow down your literacy rate.
Yeah, and then the fear, or how would I say, the discouragement from trying to borrow textbooks from other persons. Like, probably they try to put you down that your father cannot afford to buy you a textbook. This is that. Lots of that can give a lot of thinking and reasoning to people. So at that point in time, they are now like, okay, I think the best thing is to withdraw.
Just quit.
I recall a particular argument we were having with someone, and someone was like, so much premium is being placed on education, and it's not right. I said, no, it is right. Placing premium on education is the right thing to do, but placing premium on certificate is what should be discouraged. You know, some people go through school, they don't learn. Some people could even pay their way to get that certificate. So getting education and getting certificate are two different things. Yeah, so we were able to dissect that argument, and he was like, yeah, you're making sense.
That's the price you're paying, basically. And we know that education is not easy because people that even go through it, when they come out, they're able to have their certificate or BSc. It's not an easy journey. You understand? So their price you can actually pay, but in as much as people, government or anybody can actually make education available to someone or try to sponsor someone to education, it's actually
motivating people, encouraging people to see the importance.
Even the little way you can actually support one,
Like, I actually came across a very funny post on the media yesterday, and it was more like, okay, way back, we used to have a high level of illiteracy, like parents with little or no education at all, but they were able to guide their children and their wards through their homework. And these days we have a better level of literacy or education. But how many parents can actually sit and confidently solve the homework of their children?
I think I should recommend something. I think every home or everyone should just go and see that movie called Ben Carson.
Okay, it's a movie that I actually read a book.
True. It's also in a movie. Like, you can see Ben Carson's mom or parents not having an educational background, but he came out he was sound, and he was able to, the mother was able to motivate him and tell him, you can be great, you can do what you want to do.
Even when he was like more like a dumb person in the class, always coming last, people having to see no reason.
Although, funny enough,
I cannot really relate to this movie you guys are talking about.
Okay.
But the thing I have to say this, the same way that we talk about parents being able to train their children or do the after lessons from school, I think in the same light, there are lots of teachers that do extra teaching after school. So if the parents are going to be the busy type, one, or if the parents are not even intellectually sound enough to teach their children, some parents, it's not like they cannot teach, but they don't know the process or the procedure to actually teach their children mathematics, English language, phonetics, all those things. They feel they can't do it well. So most of them employ lesson teachers.
home teachers.
So if you can do that for your children after school, that will go a long way as
But
well.
if you claim to be educated and you cannot solve this, then how did you get to pass?
No, my brother, let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. Now, obviously, I'll become a parent eventually. Now, I would have what I can teach my children, and I will have what I will not be able to teach my children. True. Now, in that situation where I have what I cannot teach I can teach my daughter mathematics, English language, probably phonetics. You understand? But let's say it comes to a situation of
maybe chemistry, hydrocarbons.
No, I can try to. You understand all those things. Okay. But let's say. I have to do technical drawing for her. Probably she wants to become an engineer, and there's TD, that's technical drawing. How do I teach her that? Let's be very frank. So that's where the lesson teacher comes in.
Exactly. I get your own illustration. It's actually it's quite basic.
You understand?
Because it's the knowledge you have that you can be able to give to transmit to someone.
That's
else.
why I said, so how do I give what I don't have?
I just wish and pray someone is as curious as myself, so that maybe when you cannot give that technical drawing and the services of the teachers who've been employed is being deployed to teach that child. If you have the time, why don't you sit and learn with the person as well?
My brother, we look at the society. This is you, me, and the society. It's not that easy.
Yeah, it's true. But if it's just determination, if you're willing to do this, if you're willing to, okay, let me do this for my child, or let me be able to even acquire this knowledge personally too. So it's a step forward to it. So it's not a bad thing.
Okay, doing badly at school or dropping out of school is another cause of illiteracy. You see people don't do well in school. They have been in school. That's why you get to see one person repeat classes so many times. And some people actually pass out of different institutions, but they still find it very hard to read and write. Somebody was actually complaining about the level of education or quality of education in the country. Now, we were talking about it on the Patriot the other day, where we were talking about the place of the workforce in nation building, where people get to wonder, how do these people manage to pass through the school, graduate, and you ask them to write certain things, or some people claim to have so many degrees and expression is an issue.
And they can't even write a formal letter.
Yes.
Like application letter for jobs and all.
Yes.
You see
so
the
that's,
job
that's as a result of doing badly at school.
Yes.
And then dropping out of school, it's another cause, of illiteracy.
But you know, it is one thing for you not to be able to do something, and then it's another thing for you to admit that you're not able to do it.
True.
Yeah, because if someone is not sound intellectually, if you're not able to read and write, and you know this is a problem, but you've not taken effect to ease or to go ease that problem. Yes, to find solution to it. You can't read and write, and you're not making an attempt maybe to probably have a lesson teacher, or probably have to go to a teacher to teach you or guide you through reading and writing. That's the problem there. So if one is not able to read and write, then you should actually find a way or a means to provide solutions for you to be able to read and write.
We actually have learning disabilities in individuals as a cause of illiteracy as well. You see people suffering from dementia, you tell them something, and in the next second they don't even get to remember what you tell them, and other form of disabilities that are actually medical conditions that maybe as a result of maybe a non-compatibility of the sperm cell that form the zygote. That's why it's very important. We were talking on family time the other day, the necessary tests that we need to do before we get married as individuals, because it's actually hampering the development of the society.
Yes,
now, in respect to these disorders, do we realize that in Nigeria, some children could be having these disorders, but attention is not being given to them. You take your child to school, some people, they take their children to school, and they realize that this child constantly keeps forgetting everything. Constantly, I will teach him now, and the next moment I'm asking him, he's like, he doesn't remember anything that I have said. Now, at that point in time, what are the school authorities meant to do? Now, you just classify someone as a failure, but you haven't done a background check to understand if it is willingly or it's just happening without the person's knowledge, if there's a disorder behind the reason why that person is failing. But these days you see institutions or schools just blaming it just on the child. That you don't know book, but probably what if the person is suffering from the disorders you just listed at?
True. Okay, it's still you, me, and society on African Patriot Radio. We're talking illiteracy this afternoon, and I have very beautiful and elegant ladies in the studio with me. My name is Elvis Oga, anyways.
Mercy Joe.
Josephine Paul is right here in the studio.
We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll continue with the program. Please stay with us and don't go away.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Welcome back. You're still listening to your number one radio station, African Patriot Radio, and we're on this segment where we talk around society, talking about issues bordering on the society and then development in the society as well. It is you, me, and society on African Patriot Radio. We've been talking illiteracy. We've actually talked about what illiteracy is, types of illiteracy,
and the
causes of illiteracy. So we still have things to talk about as long as literacy is concerned, like the consequences or the impact, possibly solutions on how to stop illiteracy or reduce illiteracy rate.
I think before we take a break, we were talking about the educational illiteracy. Where you were okay, yes, people that are not sound, like maybe have psychological problems.
As one of the causes. As one of the causes.
Yes, true. So I was going to say something to that because she was throwing an illustration and message, and I think in that situation, what can actually be done is if the child is having difficulty in understanding or reading and forgetting. Yeah, you understand that person's problem, the child's problem at that moment is beyond. It's beyond just. Reading and writing. She just
that person not being bright.
Yes, it's beyond that.
Yeah, but I think right now it's not all. But I know that most schools are making provisions for special education. You understand? Where that child is not able to read and remember, or he or she reads and forgets, special education comes in there where you alone can decide to personally meet the child one-on-one, school the person, like educate the person, guide the person towards it. Because I've had the experience before in a school where I once did teaching practice. A child was not able to read and remember. So personally, at the end of the class, the teacher calls her and then guides her, like tell her special classes for her to be able to just understand things.
Okay, let's move on to the next thing we need to talk about. That is the consequences of illiteracy. That actually has several consequences on the individual as well as the society, and these things have impact on basically every spheres of our life, every sector, like on our economy, on our health, and even on our education. But let's take a look at generally the consequences of this illiteracy. I'd like us to take a look at it from the individual angle first before we take it out there to the societal level. You have one of the consequences of illiteracy is limited ability to obtain and understand essential information.
Yeah.
Yes, because most information are actually put out there in written form, and by the time you don't know how to read and write, or you don't get to understand, how do you get this information passed across to
like probably a wall?
Yes.
And it's written on the wall with
Keep
a
off.
marker or something. Do not urinate here.
Sure.
How do you tell that to an illiterate? To someone that's an illiterate, he can't read that. He doesn't know what that means. So he's going to urinate there.
Because you
regardless.
mentioned essential information. Let's look at the situation, the season we are in right now, the COVID-19 pandemic, where various awareness have been, passed across both on television, and people try to use different language to communicate, because most people don't really understand English, and most people don't really understand because they don't have the knowledge about it. So,
and I think one other reason why we get to see those sign interpretation is just for physically challenged people, like the visually impaired.
Sure.
And the thing is that I'm very happy, at least it's helping illiteracy one way or the other. Not the sign language, I mean the dialect languages. Saying giving awareness in different languages. At least it's helping the people that are illiterate. At least they hear their languages. So if you're speaking in Hausa, Igbo, or Yoruba, or any other language, they are going to hear it. At least that's for them. That's a good one for them. So, but then I really don't understand something. If they are so bright enough to understand and grab their languages fast.
This question you're asking,
I've asked myself 1,000 times.
True. I think
I've
about
asked myself because
So
that means they're bright.
True.
Yeah, they're actually
True.
bright.
And then
but the difference there is that your language is more like your culture. You grew with it, but education needs to be obtained. So when you don't have that opportunity or that zeal, or maybe due to some certain factors, you don't get through the process of obtaining that education. That's what makes you an illiterate.
You see, there's something I want to talk about that illiteracy as well. Now, you see in houses where your parents do not speak Pidgin English, they speak, or your language, they speak mostly English language, and they speak good English language, but you didn't go to school. And when you come out one day and you're speaking so well, they're like, but this guy didn't go to school now. How can he speak so well like that? So do you understand? Now, same for a broadcaster who didn't school abroad, who had no training abroad, but you listen to his voice, his phonetics and everything, they're all in line and intact. And you're asking, so how does literacy and illiteracy come in place in this now? Like, too many questions to ask around illiteracy, literally. So I think, is it a thing about individuals being able to grab whatever they can grab in regardless whatever situation?
I think so. I buy that idea and that notion, that illustration.
Individuals matters.
Because like, your zeal or your driving force will not be the same with another person's driving force.
Because you see situations of people that still didn't go to school, but they can speak well. They're sound.
But I think it's all about being able to read and write. That is the little discrepancy or dichotomy there. You can actually speak fluently because it's a language you understand. But how about reading and writing? What you were saying?
Exactly.
That is where literacy and illiteracy comes in.
Like still that Jennifer movie I'm talking. You need to see when she's writing. I think she's trying to learn how to speak the English.
She makes an attempt to learn.
She makes an attempt to learn on her own. So I think probably it's still like an individual thing. It still boils down to that.
There's a solution that it can still be tackled. Like if you're determined to learn how to write as well, in as much as you can speak, not having acquired knowledge and going to school and all that. But
and technology is trying to make things easier for us these days. So probably if you have enough literacy to be able to operate your phones, I believe you should be able to go to your Google or whatever and browse and try to maybe subscribe for an online school or something so they can tutor you to brushing you up.
True. Okay, another consequence of illiteracy is unemployment, because these people are mostly not employable in some certain areas that actually warrant reading and writing. So that's one consequence is.
Most of these illiterates, you see them having to get jobs just as security personnel, cleaners, wheelbarrow pusher, and all those demeaning jobs. And I think it's just a wake-up call for the individuals themselves. Like I just said, it's not even another person's problem. It should be their own problem. Now, that you should be able to challenge yourself and see that it's because of this, my illiteracy, that this is the only job I can get. Now, the thing is that it's not everybody that went to school that are literate, so. Most people that still went to school are kind of illiterate.
I've actually heard someone use that expression before, educated illiterate.
Do you see that? Educated illiterate. You're educated, yes. You went to school, you passed through school, but you're still an illiterate. How do you explain that? Who do you tell that to?
Especially if your this thing, your literacy is not shown. Like, you went to school and yet
there's still doing things like people who didn't go to school.
I'm telling you, probably you go for an interview and they're telling you to write a letter and you're not able to write. I see sometimes my mom used to come back and tell me, look at this person. Maybe she had an encounter with someone in the office. Like, a lady came to the office and she said she wants to work in system, and they told her to write her name. This someone that, okay, I think she specifically said the person was a copper and she came to, she came to get a job, like apply for a job, and they gave her a paper to fill, write her name, her details and all that. Then she was struggling in the spelling of her name. Was very difficult.
Wow, her own name.
And what can be the outcome? She lost a job. You're not able to write your name, and you're actually.
What about some educated persons that you're telling them to come and write now? If you see their handwriting, my brother, it looks like where chicken was playing.
They're scratching on the floor.
It's something.
That actually has to do with maybe we revisiting our curriculum, because I know not all schools actually teach handwriting, but that's some schools. You get.
That's
you know that exercise book that actually has these lines that guide you how to write every letter very well. Yeah. So maybe we need to revisit our curriculum and then see how we can make.
Because I know some particular parts of this country that they just go to school just for going to school's sake, not because they really want to learn anything or to be positive in the society.
You're right.
They just go and I went.
I know of a friend, my classmate. She would say, I'm just coming here now because of my father and my mother. I'm just going to school because of my parents and all that.
You
can
hear
just
that.
carry the certificate and show them, mommy, daddy, thank you, I've gone to school.
You can hear that,
but not just for their personal interest.
That's why we're talking about, and I like the fact that it's being considered to a certain extent, where we place so much premium on certificate, like your ability to defend this certificate should actually be taken very seriously. And then I like the fact why I say it's been considered to a certain extent is the fact that when you go for job interviews these days, and you don't really get, especially with digital leadership coming gradually into being, you don't see people looking so much up to you, maybe because you present like you've acquired this degree or that degree, but they look at what you can do,
offer
what you can offer. So it's actually good that we pick these things, and then people will actually take.
I think that should be the order of the day now in organizations.
Seriously, rather than go get a certificate, because we've actually heard allegations of people paying their way just to get that certificate. Because
it's true. Most people that they graduated with first class, they can't even defend that certificate. You understand? It's just like maybe probably JAMB. And what's the cutoff mark? What's the highest? You see people going exceeding so high, but come tomorrow and tell them they should come and defend it. Or they can't. So how do they do this?
Okay, let's quickly look at some other consequences of illiteracy. I have some of them that are actually interwoven, like the issue of low income and then low paying jobs, which we actually talked about. Like if you're not literate, there are some certain jobs you cannot get.
Yes, that's
and
true.
Then precarious financial institution. If you actually rely so much on your job to be at some financial level or status, definitely maybe because you are illiterate, you will not be able to get a good paying job. So definitely to put your finances in a precarious state or way.
But the thing is that now we have a society where illiterates actually gets better jobs than the literates. That's another angle to come out from.
True.
You can see Jojo is a literate, obviously. You're a literate. I'm a literate. A literate, sorry. Victor is a literate. Now you see the job offers that you should have gotten. You find an illiterate who didn't even go to school. Probably whatever certificate he has submitted has been forged or whatever. Operating as your station or your manager in wherever you are. And you're looking like, this is a very discouraging system.
Yes, it happens.
You see, you now start. That's where you now start. People start asking questions that at the end of the day, what is the use of going to school?
True.
What is the use? People now start asking that. How do you put people in that position?
I think it's taking us back to the causes of illiteracy, where that motivation is not there, the encouragement is not there, because maybe you suffer or you toil all day and night, burning the midnight candle to make sure that you know what you are there for, to come out in flying
colors. That's what illiterate,
yes. And then when you come out, you see someone who didn't just pass through all of that to do. So you might want to ask yourself, why killing myself to get
True,
the education?
True.
You now start seeing people making comparisons like, and Bill Gates did not finish school.
Exactly. That's what I want to come to. Like, you learn a lot of comments like when it comes to literacy, like people going to school, acquiring certificate, coming out, and then they don't have good jobs and all that. And then you hear people say, look at all these musicians now. The money is all about money and all that. So people like devalue education. They place value on money. So anything that gives you money, education, you can wait to schooling, you can wait. A lot of people, a lot of celebrities you
now start hearing that endpoint conversation that at the end of the day, last not to make money.
True.
Do you understand?
That's what they say.
Okay, like I was saying, like some of these factors are actually interwoven, and I like the fact that we're talking about this, and I love the angle you brought in there, because we're talking you, me, and society, and what actually could result to maybe having somebody getting an unqualified job, or you that is qualified giving a job that it's far below the one you should get, boils down to the big literacy, the corruption, and we'll be talking about it subsequently on this program, because it's a societal ill that needs to be corrected.
Exactly.
Away from that, let's take a look at other consequences of illiteracy. Low self-esteem, which could actually lead into isolation. You see people having suicidal thought and all of that, because when you get to meet your mate and your peers, and they are talking things you cannot understand, or maybe something bad happens to you as a result of your illiteracy.
True.
Your self-esteem drops.
Yeah.
Before you know,
psychologically drops you down.
And then you hear people saying they're depressed, and then they can actually lead to suicide.
Because you have to go into self-isolation because of low self-esteem. You wouldn't want to mingle with your peers any longer because you feel you are not at par with them, or you're not
you're not on the same level with them. Because they can start making statements. Even they are level now. You go school. Go school. You understand?
True.
Yeah.
So how is the society helping those people as well? That's where the society comes. The you is me. Me is depressed. How is the society helping me?
Helping us, true.
Okay, let's look at so like I said, the consequences of illiteracy is felt both at the individual level and at the societal level. So from the society, the higher the proportion of adults with low literacy and proficiency, the slower the overall GDP of that nation is. Because these people cannot actually go out there and bring out their manpower, deploy their manpower to use at where it is needed at that utmost level. So you see that the GDP drops.
But the thing is that I think in the society, the illiterates as well, they have a lot of role to play in the society.
We talked about that on the place of the workforce.
You understand? Now, I don't think someone like me, you should come and tell me to become probably a cook for someone or a cleaner for someone. But we need these people in our places. Probably you're a working wife and then you're always busy, but you need someone to come. That is where that, in quotes, illiterate.
But what we're trying to look at is, education is actually, people will say, is the key to success. But I would like to rephrase it and say education is the solution to so many problems in the society. So even a cook, a laborer, people who are doing menial job, if they are educated, a way a barber, somebody who works at the barber shop, the way he treats his customers and go about his business is quite different from the way an illiterate
will treat the customer.
So even at that, people who actually do these jobs.
The thing is that the illiterates at the end of the day get opportunities for themselves when they move out this way. For some instances, some maids, they go to some houses, they may now get this favor from their employer and from their boss, and I'm like, okay, I think I want this girl to continue her education. You understand? That's the angle I'm trying to come out from.
I was looking at that angle as well, because the society, we know they're bound to have high rates of illiterates out there, but I feel like it's boils down to you personally deciding that, okay, this is the default, I'm going to work towards it, I'm going to get myself educated, and somehow you push towards maybe acquiring a skill, you push towards doing something that will help you, and then one way or the other, someone gets to see you or comes in contact with you and just being able to sponsor you and to help you.
You don't just relax in that situation.
True.
Because it's a zero situation.
You keep driving on till you get your desired result. Okay, the lower level of understanding actually between people, or in an area where illiteracy is quite high, makes community participation or civic participation very low. So much is not being achieved in that societally. So it's one way illiteracy hampers on societal development.
I think in that respect we can talk about elections.
Yes. where someone will tell you it's none of my business whoever wins. I don't want to go and vote.
Not even in that light.
Okay.
Now, there are two political parties. Now, because of illiteracy, you do not understand who should emerge as the winner. You just see party people being able to just convince. They don't even need to convince you. They just need to
particular candidate.
Yeah, they just need to tell you vote for this person.
Always happens.
They just need to show you the picture of the person. Say, Gashi, got picture naka. You show the picture and then you just say, when you see the paper, just do thumb on this picture.
And how most times they actually collect bribery. They also they just give them some cash, like, to be able to make this art to work.
So that's the thing. So that's the illiteracy comes in there. So let's say most times decisions that should have not been taken by some Nigerians, like the percentage, if you're having 62% of Nigerians being illiterate, imagine those 62% of people being able to be biased. Just easily be
62% is the literate one, so you minus that from 100 to get the illiterate.
Okay, the illiterate one. So illiterate ones are like 30 something.
38.
Yeah, 38. So if 38, do you know what 38% of Nigerians being illiterate? Do you know what that is? So now I can just go and meet those 38 people, pay them,
and tell them to
do. You even need to pay them. You just need to tell them and they will just do it because they feel like, at that point in time, some of them are feeling like, okay, I have the opportunity to vote.
True,
you don't even know who you're supposed to vote for. You don't have the background, like knowledge about who the person is. If the person is a killer, you don't know. You just know you are going to put your thumb on something, you see.
We all agree that literacy is an essential tool for competitive nations, for people to actually, healthy competition is actually very welcome. So illiteracy actually makes it very hard to fill some vacant position in places. So people are not actually there to fill this position, and it's actually hampering on the development of a nation, of even a society. So it's another consequence of illiteracy on the society.
True.
Okay, our time is fast ticking away, and I'd like us to just provide solution briefly with a few minutes we have to some of those problems, like we were talking about consequences of illiteracy, like low income, or from the problems or causes we can actually provide solutions.
Okay.
Yeah, like you have parents who are not educated that actually, in one way or the other, make their children not to be educated as well.
Okay. I think this is where we applaud the federal government for what they are doing for people in terms of education. We have not totally gotten it all wrong in our country, Nigeria, because the thing is that we have federal colleges, we have federal secondary schools,
subsidize the tuition fee.
You understand? Now we have federal universities. Now this is where the government came in to make education available to everyone.
So many interventions.
Some governors even provide free education in some states. Free basic. So you understand?
Constitutionally, basic education is supposed to be free to an extent in Nigeria.
And to an extent, they have tried. The government have tried. Now, see these federal institutions, federal secondary school, primary school. Now, there are lots of people, even the lawmakers there in the National Assembly. Most of them pass through these government colleges, government universities and all.
Get to that level.
The government tried to make life easier for the poor masses. And also, I think awareness should be taken to particularly the rural areas, the rural communities. Let them understand the key importance of education in the society.
All right, Jojo, anyone from you before we run out of the studio?
Yeah, it's just said clearly. Basically, I know as much as the government are trying their best to provide solutions and in the area of schooling and making availability of schools and all that. Also, it's important that facilities, infrastructures are actually built in the schools too, because when most times people are not, the children are learning, they're learning without experience and all that. It's actually important that they take note of that, and then the role of the parents is very important. That's the basic. You understand? They used to say charity begins at home. Yes, education too can actually begin at home too. Most times I know that they are actually illiterate or they don't really know, but try as much as possible to motivate your child towards doing it, because it can actually help and reduce that low self-esteem from outside society and all.
Okay, education and literacy seems so similar, but there is a thin line separating them. But the basic one is literacy. If not for anything, just learn how to read and write. Let's start from there. That is the much we can take on today's edition of Yumi and Society. Join us same time, same station next week for another interesting outing. My name is Elvis Oga.
My name is Mercy Joe.
And Josephine Paul is my name.
And we're saying bye-bye for now. Stay tuned for more interesting programs from this platform.
Bye.
Bye.
name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
afternoon and welcome to the show. This is African Patriot Radio and the program is What's Up Africa. And you know how we do it on the show? We'll bring you what's happening, history and trends. Basically, we'll tell you what went down on this particular day in history. And we come back to telling you what is going on, what is trending, what is... Okay, I almost said what is up in. But anyways, my name is Susan Achin. You can call me this league Susie.
And I am Immaculata Udo. You prefer to call me your favorite flavor, say butterscotch.
All right, so we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, the show will begin proper. Stay with us. Welcome back to the show. It's still What's Up Africa. Good afternoon. If you're just tuning in, it's What's Up Africa and the program. And the program is about history and trend. And we are streaming live on African Patriot Radio. You can follow us on all our social media platforms, on Facebook at African Patriot Radio, on Instagram at African Patriot Radio, and of course on YouTube. And you want to miss out on anything that is going on. So basically, we'll be looking at what has been happening. And I hope that you join us, get informed, and also entertain. What's up, Ima?
What's up in today in history actually? Today, the 7th day of May, but in 2007, the African Union announced it would send an extra 8,000 peacekeepers to Somalia. But it also said that dialogue remained the only solution to the bloody conflict in the country at the time.
Okay, but so far, how is it with dialogue? Has it solved any war problems?
They say there is no peace without war, but again, like they said, that dialogue is actually the only and best solution. But for the time being, you cannot talk to people that are fighting. Basically, you have to look for a way to maintain peace and decorum first before going in with dialogue. So basically, they sent 8,000 peacekeepers on this day to Somalia. Yeah, so I'm saying peacekeepers, how do you keep peace? I don't know.
Okay, peacekeepers. Basically they're holding weapons, right?
Of course.
And they're wearing uniforms, so how are they?
Because I see soldiers, you're sending soldiers for peacekeeping. And, okay, it gets me like, what's the mission? Actually, the African Union mission in Somalia, they're called AMISOM. Yeah. They came up to say that the mission was to actually help restore peace and stability in the war-ravaged Somalia and drive away Al-Shabaab terrorists. So as much as they're trying to restore peace, they just want the causes or the causative agents, which is the Al-Shabaab, actually to send them away from the country, basically.
Well, we should actually look at the issue of deploying dialogue when it comes to war situations. I would say that some people are cowardice and they'll rather just fight and rant than have a decent, mature conversation because they probably will not have the right words, and they know that maybe after that they will see that they really don't have a point.
Okay, because my approach, the way I look at it is, for instance, you just walk into a house and you see a man and wife fighting. You don't go asking what happened. Basically, you have to separate the fight, like take man and wife apart and then ask, what's up? Like, what's up? I feel like I nearly said what's up, Africa.
Do you know I'm smiling? I'm just seeing myself now. I'm having a mental picture of what you're saying. Like, two people are fighting, a man and his wife are fighting, and then you now bring. How do you want to do that?
Right? No, a man and a wife fighting. First, you have to stop them from fighting, and then ask what happened. Do you understand? So basically, just say Al Shabaab, okay, to your territory, to your territorial Israel and stuff, and then you ask, what do you want? How can we negotiate? Basically, negotiation cannot be done at war front.
Of course,
but it's done. Drop your way.
Okay, anyways, let me just say Ima has suddenly become a war advisor. I don't know how that happened. But on May 7, Nigeria's president-elect Umar Musa Yar'Adua departed on a tour of 7 African countries, his first foreign trip since being elected in April at that time. And it's very interesting to note that we were actually eulogizing. A lot of people were eulogizing him because this is his 10th year. This is the 10th year anniversary of his death, and he's remembered. He was a true leader.
Yeah, there's a lot that can be said about him. There's so much has been said about him.
The 7-point agenda, I just stuck to my head and it just never left.
There's something about the number 7 today. 7-point agenda. It happened.
Today is the 7th, actually.
And then May 7th, and this happened in 2007 because then he was 56 years old. He was due to assume leadership when he took the story. Actually was just elected. He hasn't been inaugurated. So he visited Benin, he visited Togo, visited Niger, Senegal, South Africa, Algeria, and Libya. I'm feeling myself. Right?
You're gonna say Libya?
Libya. Oh, please, don't stop. Okay.
Are you one of those people that says multi-billionaire, anti?
Anti, but it depends. It depends on who I'm talking to. Anti, but it's not wrong.
All right. Anyways, we got more stories. Give it up.
On May 7th, still in 2007, South Africa Diana Rodriguez. Please pronounce the name. Rodriguez. Yeah. Okay, because I know there are different ways you pronounce this.
Yeah, there's also Rodrigo.
Yeah,
there's Rodrigo and there's Rodriguez. So.
Okay, so in South Africa, Dina Rodriguez was found guilty of murder for orchestrating the June 2005 killing of a 6-month-old Jordan Lee Norton. Okay, so Jordan Lee Norton was her lover's baby daughter from a previous marriage, actually. So this was South Africa's first known contract killing of an infant.
And why would someone want to kill a 6-month-old?
Well, so she's dating, or should I say, the 6-month-old daughter of her lover, she's dating this guy, and he has a baby, and basically it's his child, so maybe giving him the baby more attention than he's giving her, and basically.
Well, that's a very flimsy reason.
Yeah, to kill a child. I mean, this child is innocent.
The child doesn't even know that he or she's getting more attention than you are. So, okay, anyways, like. So
you're fighting over attention with a baby.
With a baby that's not even aware.
To the extent where you kill this person.
That's brutal. That's mean.
That's very mean and very insensitive.
Extreme. That's extreme.
I think extreme is the word I'm looking for right now. It just doesn't make sense.
It should never be done anywhere.
Because when it comes to Nigerian law, there's something that said if you're dealt a blow in return. But when you're dealt, I think there's a name for it. When someone hits you with a hand and then you pick up a gun, then there's something about weight of the law. Okay, so I'm not a law professional, but I know that what's done to you should be equal retaliation and stuff. So if I am actually having this beef with an adult, so I understand. But when you're beefing a baby, to the extent where you want to kill this child,
I think she should have been checked. It could be mentally related.
Okay,
Okay, so moving on. May 7th in South Sudan, militiamen under the leadership of Philip Bepam attacked the Southern Sudan People's Liberation Army in Unity State. They were chased away they also attacked cattle camp the next day.
Okay, for whatever reason.
So many attacks here and there in history. It's okay. Recently, because of the COVID-19, a lot of people are saying, okay, this is the Third World War. It's just that this time it's a disease, it's a virus, and all that. It's great to know that. I hope that subsequently we will look, when we're looking back at history, when we're talking about stories, when we're talking to our children, we will not be talking about stories of wars, and weapons and people fighting and chasing themselves, and all that.
Okay, you're going to be telling stories about the COVID-19, which is worse. It's actually
is it now?
Yeah, when they say it's the Third World War, and people go for it to make stories about it or make joke or mockery of situation, and they say, okay, China actually fought the whole world without raising a single weapon. It's not a good one. Trust me. I look back. Okay. Before now, I think I was just off on the internet and I came across the Spanish flu. I was like, oh, what? Even when cholera came, it was like, do you understand? People were talking about because we didn't have cure for it. So it was like a big deal back then. So I'm reading about them like, oh God, this shouldn't happen in this generation. And boom, it's upon us.
Yes.
You know, I was a prophetess.
Doing things we will never have imagined we will do. Yeah. You know, there are some things I look at the way that everybody is utilizing, you know, everybody is going online and almost everything is achievable online. I'm like, who would have thought? There are some people that will rebuke online activities. I'm like, oh no, this is not for real.
Yeah,
but now you don't have a choice.
Of course, even the banking sector. The banks are saying you don't come to the bank except it's absolutely necessary. Yeah, so the e channels, even when people like, okay, you saw the crowd at the banking halls, and it was a cause for concern. But you cannot ask those people to stay at home because
sometimes I wish I could have a personal ATM machine where I just withdraw.
Ooh, I'll be your best friend.
Maybe I'll have a customized car that will have an ATM machine.
Okay, which is horses beggars.
Okay.
How about you give me from that one?
All right, so give us a last history.
Okay, on May 7th today, but in 2012, Nigerian military arrested 21 Ghanaians and 5 Nigerians for oil theft. Oh. Okay, so they operated 2 vessels in the country's main crude producing region. Oil giant Shell said 2 new leaks had occurred on one of its pipeline in southern Nigeria after similar incidents in recent days, and they blamed it on crude theft. Okay, so oil giants, they said they are being affected. So they knew that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell how, like, where it was from. So basically, this 21 Ghanaians
they just went ahead to
and 5 Nigerians
to possess their possession.
Yeah, the ones that actually drilled the hole in Shell's pocket.
My goodness. The issue of oil theft and leakages and all that. I mean, we have this natural resource. It should be about importing, exporting, and making the lives of Nigerians better.
Meaningful. Okay.
But it's not so, because I've seen places where it leaks and then people just rush there and they want to get everything. You know, everybody always feel like, okay, if it comes close to me,
why not?
I should do something about it.
So did you understand?
But it's wrong. Okay. They should have called they should have called on government
authorities. Right?
Yes.
See, if you haven't created enough jobs, like we have a deficiency of there's this stuff called unemployment. It's like a very serious situation, and we're even being threatened that a lot more people are going to lose jobs courtesy of the COVID-19. So if the government is not creating enough jobs, then the youth are definitely going to create jobs for themselves.
Yes.
One way or the other, and there's also this popular saying that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. So I don't have a job, and here's an opportunity, and you're thinking I wouldn't jump on it. Who wouldn't?
Well, who wouldn't? But I think it's a holistic. We need to have this holistic approach where citizens have to do their part and government also have to do their part, because somehow it will slide to one side. Yeah. If you should give me a job, if you are supposed to give me a job, you do not give me that job, and I cannot do something about it. If I see something very close and I'm hungry, I mean, I want to reach out, and we could actually reduce the social vices among youth, you know, the issue of cultism and all that.
Yeah, because
people are jobless.
These people are actually very creative.
Yes,
they've looked for a way to, like, okay, this is what government is doing, let's do it as well. They haven't picked up guns, regardless. This is rubbing off on the revenue of the government anyway, but they're creative. How about we channel this creative genius in the right direction? Government should look at this, basically create more jobs, and because there's really a thin line between hunger and crime.
Yeah, it's very, very, in fact, it's closely related.
It's very close. If I have to do something either way, so if the government is not doing enough for me, then basically I have to do something for myself. We cannot totally rely on the government.
And you know, some of these people, they have responsibilities. If it were just to be me, you know,
I'd survive.
Probably wouldn't be so much.
What about people that are dependent on you? So now there's not just the problem of unemployment.
Yes.
There's the problem of underemployment.
Underemployment.
So you see somebody with a master's degree and the person is a receptionist.
And that is why people there's always that is it a curve now? And then you see those that are down trying to reach out to always think that they owe us something. They want to plug from those that are up, even if they do not owe them. So most people are going about with entitlement mentality, thinking they are eating my money, or they're eating my this, or they're eating my that.
It's our Nigeria.
It's our Nigeria.
Just like the drama that played out here just in front of the office gate, where they came to share palliatives and because you cannot totally satisfy everybody, so they gave it to the few that came on time. And then the guys out there back there, they were screaming, "It's our money!" And it was an NGO. Funny enough, I was like,
"This is our money thing." It has to be. We have to do something about it. People need to stop having entitlement mentality. Is that bad? You know, if I come out here, if I go outside now and I decide to give 10,000 naira to most of the people, to like, if I come out with 10,000 and I say anybody that wants to come, do you know what happened? At the end of the day, instead of being praised, most people wind up insulting me.
Yeah, you didn't have enough.
You did not give me.
Yeah.
This thing you're saying. Some people say, you know, say you know.
You get, you want to come and show yourself.
They'll start saying you're proud. Yeah. You want to show off and all that. But anyways, do not forget this is What's Up Africa on your favorite African Patriot Radio, and we'll be bringing you some gist from history. You know why we like to talk about history, because there is no present without the past. Yeah. And when you know your past, it helps you to plan better for your future. It helps you to make amends, right? It helps you to, look at ways that you could do things better. And that's why we're bringing you history. And then moving on, we'll be moving on shortly to the present. We'll go on a quick break. And when we come back, more from What's Up Africa. Do not go
anywhere.
Josephine Paul,
Susan Achin,
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojema Audu,
Second Zilang,
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
All right, you're welcome back to the show. It's What's Up Africa, and I know that you love this part because everybody loves to be entertained, right?
Yeah, but like, what's trending? Well, what's up, people?
Yeah, what's up? So what's up? One of the what's ups is that Sinach, gospel artist Sinach, has been trending on Billboard USA for 7 weeks.
7 weeks, people.
Yeah, it's Christian songwriter, and she has been topping the charts.
Yes, this is actually a big deal. As Sinach tops list ahead of names like Jason Ingram, Lauren Diago, and Chris Brown. She's been rated far above him. As in, oh my God, I'm so excited. Have a round of applause. Yeah. So apparently she's been on the US Songwriters Billboard #1 for 7 weeks.
And she's
straight.
the first black and first African.
Oh,
what's up, Africa? You guys, what's up? You guys are doing great. Okay, congrats.
I'm so tempted to read her tweet. So she tweeted, she said, so apparently we have been #1 on Billboard USA for Christian songwriter for 7 weeks.
Wow.
Look at God.
Oh.
First black person.
Look at God.
First for Africa. So grateful to God. Thank you at Billboard. #LoveWord. Joe Abu.
Yeah. That's great one. Great news. And also great news is the fact that Buhari has appointed a couple of celebrities.
Yeah.
Ali Baba, Segun Arinze, Dari Atalade, and others into a committee of creative industry stakeholders.
Yes.
Coming in this period of the pandemic, how does that make you feel?
No, yeah, actually, the committee was set up to help the government mitigate, how they can actually help mitigate the COVID-19
via entertainment.
in the industry, because after agriculture, when we're talking about diversifying the economy, I think the creative industry is another industry that really does
it really needs
employ
more
youths.
attention. It
Yeah,
needs more attention.
no, they actually have come to identify the fact that aside agriculture, this is another sector that actually does employ youths. They're looking into it, so they're like, let's have a holistic approach. Tell us how it affects you. Tell us how it affects you, and then we'll bring all of that together. How we can mitigate the effects of the COVID-19. So big ups, Alibaba is actually head of this committee.
I actually love Alibaba. He's a sweet guy. Okay, and moving on to not so exciting news. J1 has been arrested by the police in Lagos for beating the curfew.
Yes, he was out at 11 p.m. What was he doing? Okay, I think it was on essential duties.
Like, well, was it singing on the road?
You know, music is good for the soul, and there was somebody whose soul was hungry, so he had to go and feed the person.
I don't trust that essentialness, for lack of a better word. But anyways, I think it
was let off.
Yeah,
it was let off for just 10,000 naira. I mean, it should
and
more than that.
Well, I think he did community service for 1 hour, something like that, or 30 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Why didn't they bring him to sweep my streets?
Are you saying you don't know how to sweep? J1 should come and sweep your street.
Still agree. Still don't people.
No, let's settle this thing. If you see J1 sweeping with it, won't you collect the broom?
Like J1 sweeping.
You will stand with the broom. You will stand with the broom and you will like snap us with the broom.
Me? J1 sweep and making Snapchat video. I am upgraded.
Oh my goodness. And also legendary musician, Nigerian musician Victor Olaiya finally buried. He died a few months ago.
Oh yes, and finally laid to rest. I wouldn't say I really knew much about him, but when he did this collabo with Two-Face, Baby Me Joe, I was tempted to go back in time and then look at his songs, and he was really creative.
He's a legend.
He died at 89.
Yeah, that was some good old age. Well,
me is gentle, so rest in peace, Baba.
Yeah, he's gentle, so rest in peace. And also, Clarence Peters has been bailed
granted bail, actually.
Yeah, he needed to be questioned, investigated.
As regards the death of Kodak, the video vixen and dancer. Something about her, she actually died on World Dance Day.
That's the more painful part. I don't even know if that's a good thing. That's really painful.
Yeah, she just had to die on the day when they won't forget her.
She's I don't know.
She's young and full of life. I don't know how I feel when
very strong, dies. Very, very energetic, and you could see in her eyes when you look at her pictures, you could see someone that was ready to take over in that industry. But unfortunately, it happened the way it did. But anyways, the show has been going on, and I'm sure that you have been going on with us. That's what we wanted to do. We wanted to stick around and never touch the dial. But before we go, Balan Lane in a lower. He's married though, with 3 children.
My gosh!
You know what happened? Okay, he was separated from his wife for like 10 years and his family, and it wasn't funny because he came out to say he was reckless at some point and not really being responsible like he should have been to his family. You'd be wondering, was that young man single? And many ladies were thinking, but unfortunately, you need to see his wife.
I actually first saw his
She's
daughter.
fresh like today bread.
My
so
actually,
anyways,
I actually saw the daughter and I was like, when did is he a single dad?
He's not.
And now he's thinking, you just broke my hand, nigga.
Yeah, the Lord has restored his home back.
We're grateful. I mean,
so he's celebrating his birthday, and after 10 years of separation, he's celebrating his birthday with his family, his wife and kids. So congratulations to the great actor. He has something in his eyes when he's acting. He has this realness, this genuineness, authenticity.
Okay, I think I like his dentition.
I do too.
Oh,
but that's.
I thought that was my thing.
Anyways, I hope that you're having a great time on the show. The program is Voice of Africa, where we get to tell you what's going on, what's trending, what happened in history. And today being the 7th of May 2020, a lot happened, and we brought you from wars to fights to murder, to theft, and all that. But that was very prominent, back in the days. But we're hoping that we can make a better future, and like we like to say, so that posterity will judge us and judge us positively. Ima, what's up? What's going on?
I don't know. I just feel like
you want a great South Africa. How you doing? Somalia. How you doing? Liberia. Hi, Ghana.
Okay, I just feel like I didn't sing on the show today. I didn't sing on the show today.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ima will not be able to sing for you guys that are her fans. I don't know why you believe she. Anyways, Ima, please say bye. Say bye.
Bye bye. I just had to do that.
Okay.
It's been Odo Immaculate alongside a very
My name is Susan
Beautiful.
Achin. Stay tuned. More programs coming your way
way.
on African Patriot Radio. Bye-bye.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu,
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi,
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Okay, it's 5 minutes past the hour of 3 p.m. We're right here in Abuja, Nigeria.
Africa. Planet Earth, to be precise.
Oh, hello there.
Wherever you are.
Uh-huh.
We are here, APR.
Yeah, this is APR, and this show, well, it's coming to you fresh. It's
Fresh,
called,
brand new.
It's called The Throwback Show.
I was waiting for you to give us the name before I go say
yes, good.
something that you will
I
tell
was
me.
ready for drum rolls.
Okay. Oh, you wanted to? You should have told. Okay, now we can do this all over again.
No.
Drum rolls.
It's the Throwback Show.
Okay, with your favorite crew, of course.
Well, Well, my name is
Ekanem.
M
Of
for
course.
short, and
The Godfather, Yao.
I don't know who you is godfathering, but
I
that's
mean,
fine.
I'm a godfather to so many people.
Well, I hope to
Would
learn-
you like me to
I
add
hope
it
to
to the
learn
list?
good things from you, though.
What do you mean? I'm the nicest guy anybody can
I'm
ever
just
talk
saying.
to.
I'm just saying.
Now I'm heartbroken.
You are.
Of course I am.
Wow. Don't worry, you get over it. So, like I said, this is the Throwback Show on your number one radio station,
We're
the
taking you
African
way
Patriot
back.
Radio.
Way
Just like the name says, we're going to take you
True.
way back.
True. Back.
Okay, so let's talk celebrities for instance here. So a lot of celebrities actually enjoy certain privileges that come with being famous.
Privileges.
Yeah, it could be, I mean, you're
Like
always
looks?
celebrated in society. They live like lavish lifestyles and all of that. I mean, most times, yeah, it comes with the fame and fortune.
Yeah, fame and fortune. Okay, now, just in case you don't know what
Popular,
the
yeah.
Throwback Show is all about, now, Throwback Show is a show that will take you way back to the past. I mean, we can talk about celebrities, we can talk about movies, we can talk about comedians, we can talk about...
It's Thursday.
It's Thursday, you know, fashion.
Throwback Thursdays,
That
yeah?
is what it is. Like, we can take you
TBT.
way back. Even food, like the kind of food they used to eat way back. Even though they kind of... Well, I don't know if they kind of like change foods or something.
Well, I mean, that should actually be there. So if you're
Like
in the
the
comment
way-
section,
yeah,
yes, you can follow us on all of our social media platforms at African Patriot Radio. I'm not going to let you do that.
www.facebook.com// African Patriot Radio.
Yeah. Clap for yourself. So that's it. On all social media platforms at African Patriot Radio. And if you're already on Facebook here, you can leave a comment to the a comment in the comment section below. Tell us some of the things you used to do way back.
Way back. Or better, so you can send us
pictures.
You can send us pictures of what
pictures.
you used to look like way back. Like
Or
today,
what your pet used to look like, or what it looks like now.
or even your parents, you know.
How you used to
Or
dress
your girlfriend,
before,
your
how you
wife.
dress now, all of that. Like,
I remember showing a picture of me 2009, and you screamed how handsome I used to be.
you don't want to see that picture.
I used to be a mother back then, before all this, you know.
I can imagine. Before what?
Before all this.
Before you.
Before the daddy figure.
Ugh.
Yeah. Godfather figure.
Okay.
I think that's
that's where you got the name. Okay, so we're talking celebrities today. So let's look at some African celebrities.
Some African celebrities.
here.
Bruh, look, listen to me, okay?
If you're listening.
You know, nobody's ugly.
No, nobody.
You just broke.
We're all wonderfully and fearfully made. Like
just
some
broke.
people are wonderfully.
Nobody's ugly. I mean, while we're doing those research and everything, there were some celebrities pictures I saw way back, and I'm like, wow, true, now money be fine, bo.
See that? I mean, that's just apt. That's apt.
Mm-hmm.
See,
money. Let us just underline that word. Now money.
You see, I keep saying that thing. See, some of my friends look at me like, "Oh my God, you're glowing, you're shining," and I'm like, "Wait, let me have money. You see it."
What are you trying to say? You don't have the kind of money you want to have, or what? You want to be a billionaire? You want to be a billionaire? So bad. Okay, so now, who's the first celebrity we have on your list?
Okay, let's talk about the star boy himself.
Which of the star boy? Is it The Weeknd?
Come on. The Weeknd is like, maybe, I don't know, he should call himself Holiday or whatever, but he's not our star boy.
He's not our star boy.
Yeah, we're not our star boy.
Oh, so we're talking about
Wizkid.
Oh, Wizkid.
I don't even call his full name. His
Yeah.
actual name that his mommy gave him.
His
we're
birth
talking
name.
Ayodeji.
Mm-hmm.
Ibrahim.
Mm-hmm.
Balogun. That's one. Wizkid.
That is his local name, the name from his village name.
So it's popularly known as Wizkid.
Wizkid?
Mm-hmm. So he was born on the 16th of July, 1990. So I did the math actually. So Wizkid is going to be 30 this year.
Really?
Yeah.
He's going to be 30.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Wow. That's so
He's still a young man, you know.
Yeah.
He's still coming up.
Statue-wise. You know? Mm-hmm.
But he's rich.
Oh, see the way you said it, it's like, I mean, you don't have to be big. Like, what else, man?
He's
As
rich.
long as you have the money, you are big.
And he has influence.
You know what they say?
He's everywhere.
When you're big, you're big.
When you're big, you're big, you're big. Okay, now,
Okay, so yeah.
let's just take that word and that picture out of my head. I don't know. When you're big, you're big, you're big. Come on. I wouldn't want to even go there.
Okay, let's talk about how he started his career. I mean, when he started music, most of our artists we know started from the church. Yeah.
There's not. There's no musician on this planet Earth that you ask and they will not tell you I started from the church. At least 95% of them will tell you I started from the church. No one will tell you I started from my bathroom.
Some of us started from our bathrooms. I mean,
And that was where the career ended. And thank you very much. That's the end of the career.
Okay. Wow. So he started from the church actually, and he actually formed like a group. Some guys in his church, yes. What do you call it? Like boy band?
Boy band?
No, the boy band.
Well, the only boy band I remember in Nigeria back there used to be no, not Stiplers. Plantation Boys, where you have Two-Face, Face, and Blackface.
Oh, yeah.
Was that a boy band or Afro beat band? I don't know. Yeah, like this part of the world, do we call it boy band?
Whatever it is that they have.
Whatever band it is, but hey,
it was a boy band. Yeah, he actually
joined. Hit me up with the gist.
So he joined his church choir. That was where music started for him. So yeah,
church
choir.
Church.
So he got like early inspirations from the likes of Bob Marley, Fela Kuti, King Sunny Ade. Yes.
How did Bob Marley come into play?
I don't know, but I think that was
Fela would understand.
Yeah, because some of his sounds are actually. Sometimes he actually sounds like.
But the thing is, I feel like our artists right here, like talking about our musicians, like they should try as much as possible to challenge themselves, you know, in doing other genre of music apart from just the Afro pop and everything, so that we would know that these guys can do this.
No,
you know?
I mean you should see some of the artists that are upcoming, especially upcoming ones here.
The recent upcoming artists.
They're actually branching out. So sometimes you hear certain songs and then you be like, wait, this is actually Nigerian. Like it's actually quite surprising because you hear a sound and if nobody tells me, oh, this person they sang is a Nigerian, it was actually done here in Nigeria, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
So I think they're actually doing that already. They're branching out. So like I said, I mean not just Fela, King Sunny Ade, Bob Marley. He also had the likes of Two-Face Idibia. Two-Face was actually one of his early inspirations as well as Sound Sultan.
Okay, and Michael Jackson is not on the list. I'm waiting.
Yeah. When you meet him in person, you can ask him why he didn't have Michael Jackson.
Like the thing, like I could just call him up and ask him, how come you don't have Michael Jackson in the list of people you actually look up to?
Biscuit, if you're listening, please answer the Godfather. Thank you.
Me if I come for you.
Okay, so still back to him. In 2009, when he was actually signed to EMA Records.
With Banky W.
Yes. Banky actually did a lot for a lot of artists.
A lot of artists in Nigeria. Well, kudos to him.
Honestly. So that was when he started recording his first debut. Yes, first debut album. That is the Superstar, and that was when he changed his name to Whiskey. I think he actually went by Lil Prince.
Lil Prince, yeah.
Initially, yes, when he started as a solo artist under like he went solo.
Now, can you imagine Lil Prince?
Lil Prince.
Nah. I think have you guys seen that picture of Whiskey? Just look at the picture of Whiskey and Banky W back then.
He's so small. Oh my God.
Just look at the picture and then look at him now, like before and now. Just imagine what money can do.
Yeah, just try to look past the fact that he's still small.
Work hard. Like money changes everything.
Tell me about it.
Money changes everything. But at the same time, money ain't everything, but it changes everything.
So it's funny how so now from 2009 when he got signed to EMA Records and then he released his first album. He also went on to he announced his decision to establish his own record label. That was in March 2013. So between 2009 2013.
What is the name of that record label again?
We should know that Starboy. Starboy. Starboy has to be Starboy Entertainment.
Starboy.
It's so bad of it. It's Starboy Entertainment. I mean, and he has gone and I think he's done really big things for himself. Yeah, he's got like.
When you're talking about artists, musicians with the most influence in Africa, and them not just say Africa, and also some part of the world. Whiskey. I mean, if you don't mention Whiskey,
honestly, I think he's actually become like a household name now. Like
I'm not a fan of Whiskey. Okay, just like what I was telling you, when it comes to the battle between Whiskey and Davido, you'll always find me on the Davido side. But the thing is, I would rather listen to a Whiskey song than a Davido song.
Man, you are confused.
I'm not.
That's all I can say to you. You are confused.
Now I'm talking about Davido. Let's go to Davido. I really need to see what that brother looks like.
okay, we would do that. But okay, let's just finish up with Wizkid. I mean, so we've talked about how Wizkid started, how he was able to push through for himself, start up his own record label, and now let's look at his net worth.
Is this Starboy Entertainment?
Starboy Entertainment.
When is it going to change to Starman Entertainment? I mean, we're getting tired of the old boy.
Come on, he's called Wizkid. You should ask him when he's going to change his name. See what I say? Well, whether he calls it Starboy or Starman, he's actually making ways for himself. I mean, his net worth right now, I mean, as of this year, early this year, Forbes put it at about $20 million.
Wizkid, can I be your friend?
So we're looking at $20 million, and I think as of 2018, it
estimatedly.
Estimatedly.
So that's to say the brother could be more than that.
More than that, and as of 2018, it was about $12 million. So between 2018 and 2020, that's just 2 years in the ball. And
how do these guys do this?
From $12 million to $20 million.
How do these guys do this then? Should I become a musician? Will you be my manager?
Just keep singing in your bathroom. That's all I can do.
No, but I can rap very well.
Rap what? A gift? I'm just saying.
Words? I can rap words? I can rap words?
No. You know, maybe we do Davido. Let's see what you got on your list.
Davido?
No, let's
let's see what you have on
you really want to see what Davido looks like?
I want to see what Davido looks like.
Let's do David Adeleke.
Adeleke. Now look at that picture. Tell me money ain't good. My brother, you're not. My brother, you're not ugly. You're just broke.
Davido has always been a big boy. So he was born 21st of November, 1992, and I'm kind of surprised. Like Wizkid is actually older than Davido.
Are you surprised?
Well,
they say small body no be disease.
True.
You know.
I've never heard that one, but true.
I mean, like I'm from the street. Don't let me ever hear you say you're from the street.
Okay. Let's not
go there.
Let's not do that here. So yeah. So 1992. So Davido should be like 28 this year. Wow. So much for 28.
So much for 28. Yeah. And you know, like a lot of people would want to connect his success to his family background, but no, the brother has really worked hard, so we should give him kudos.
I mean, for someone, I respect him a lot because I mean, for someone who actually was born with a silver spoon, someone comes from a rich family.
You're right.
He was able to actually pave his own way, make his own money. I mean, people like him, like DJ Copy, no matter how people say, I don't want to bring his name, but no matter what people say, but I just feel
Let's not have that conversation.
I just feel she's actually trying to do her own thing despite her family's wealth and all of that.
But I don't know why Nigerians are being so hard on her. You know?
I mean, come on.
They'll be like, hey, you're just here because of you. No. I mean, if it's that easy, you wouldn't be where you are. You know?
Honestly.
Let's just allow them. Even if she wants to do bang, 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 bang. At least she's doing something.
Why are you throwing shades indirectly?
Am I?
It sounds like you are.
I mean, she's my girl, so.
Okay. So, David has actually gone on to do a lot of things for himself. So, he began his music career in 2011 with his hit single, Dami Duro. Hey, there was a lot of... I actually still vibe to that song now. Yeah?
Well, I think the first time I heard about the video was a song he did with Nato C.
Okay.
Back when I that was when I knew Davido.
Wow. How did I not think of that one? But anyway, Dami Duro was his own hit single.
Dami Duro was it.
Well, according to Forbes, Davido's net worth is estimated at about $24 million.
Are you guys seeing that picture before and after?
That, but I feel like it's an estimate, so it could be more than that.
Is it not the video?
Much more than that. I can always say it's less than that because
yesterday on his IG account, he made mention of giving away $500K. And then that was around 9 p.m.
Since when you ask questions like this, God, when? I see what you're doing for others.
So now let me tell you what happened. I was on Davido's IG for 3 hours waiting because I needed to get my own share. And guess what happened? NEPA decided to take light on my phone and stuff. That was how I missed.
Say you miss opportunity. Opportunity comes back. Okay.
Okay, now that was on Davido and Wizkid.
Yeah.
The two biggest. I mean,
It's funny.
Have you noticed how Davido and Wizkid has become the Tupac and a Biggie situation that we have?
Yeah, there's always that.
There's always one comparison. Is this, is that, and whenever you go on Twitter, mention Davido, automatically Wizkid starts to trend.
It's like what they do with Lionel Messi and
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, to just do that. Why?
You know you're a sucker. That's impressive.
Oh, don't play with me. But I'm just saying. It always happens. So you notice it's mostly the fans that do these things. And these two people might just be somewhere, just sipping on something and just laughing at the fans. And
no, they won't. No, they won't.
I'm just saying.
If I catch them,
they could be doing that. Messi and Ronaldo could be doing that as well.
Do they?
Yeah, I'm just saying. The fans actually just carry these things on their head and just cause trouble everywhere.
Okay, that was on Wizkid and Davido.
Okay, what have you got?
Now I got this one. His name is Michael Owusu-Ado, born on 10th of July, 1985. He is a rapper, and then he's from Ghana. I mean, when you hear the origin Ghana, he's a rapper. Oh, say that again. Say that again. You can say that again. Okay, now Saka there. Real name Michael Owusu-Ado. Born on July 10th, 1985. He's a rapper all the way from Ghana. And then he went on to become one of the greatest rappers to ever come out of Ghana. He started his career as...
you say greatest.
I mean, what of the greatest?
I'm not trying to diss here, but I'm just saying.
That is exactly what you're trying to do.
Do you have more? Because I just hear Sakod here. Like he's the only one I hear.
Well,
I'm not trying to diss. I said.
You're not trying to diss.
Yeah,
okay.
Keep going.
Thank you for not dissing. Okay, now Sakode released one of his popular track way back then and called "You Go Kill Me." Now that was where the whole Azonto feel, like he was one of the pioneers of Azonto music in Ghana. Okay. Like, look at the picture of Sakode before and then look at the picture of Sakode and then tell me money isn't good.
They say is good.
Tell me money isn't good. Like Sakode went all out to become one of Africa's greatest rappers. And then he has worked with the likes of Fuse ODG, the likes of Banky W.
Fuse.
Fuse.
Oh, yeah, the Zonto. That's true.
You didn't know me? No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I go for a
No. Now, this is it. Sakode has worked with the likes of Paul of P Square. I think it's Paul of P Square. Sometimes those guys get confused.
The one with the dreads is Paul.
It's Paul.
Yeah.
Okay, now he has got to work with Paul. He has worked with Banky W. Worked with Simi. The list is endless. And right about now.
See, I said I'm not trying to this, but you notice most of these people you're calling is walked with.
That is it. Now that is the point.
It's like you guys got.
Now listen. This is it. There's no recent musician or artist of this generation
that
doesn't collaborate.
I mean, it's fine.
If you want to be known in the world, you know what to do.
Yeah, you got to collaborate. That's
true.
This
Nigeria is like the hub of entertainment when it comes to Africa.
I'm glad you finally said that. I was just waiting for it.
Stop making it look obvious. Stop making it look obvious.
Okay.
There's nobody in this part of the world that doesn't know that Nigeria is like the hub. Not like the hub. Nigeria is just the hub.
I just wanted you to say it. That's fine.
I've been doing entertainment for so long, so I know what it is.
Let's go with Sakode.
Yeah, so Sakode right about now, like according to Forbes, Sakode is estimatedly worth $7 million. Look at the picture and then look at him now.
That's actually still good though. He's actually doing good. Like I said, when you said one of the best come out of Ghana, yeah, I won't argue with you because he is good. I mean, I'm going to say Sakode is good. It's like actually
not just one of the best in Ghana, one of the best in Africa.
He is actually one of my favorite rappers.
Now,
actually, I like. No, I'm not going to dispute the fact he's good. He's good at what he does.
Can you just mime any of his?
No, I'm not going to. Don't make me bite my tongue.
Well, I thought you got the game. Okay, now I got something on my crush. I call her my crush.
Okay, which one of them?
Okay.
You got a lot of crushes. Which one of them?
Stop this, please. Okay. Stop this. She goes by the name of Yemi Ebirachi Alade. Born on March 13th, 1986, popularly known as Yemi Alade, is a pop singer and also a songwriter. She won the Talent Pick Show in 2009. Now, that was where her career started. Pick Talent Show, 2009, that was where her career started. I remember I used to have an artist on that show. She came second behind Yemi Alade.
Wow.
Goes by the name Immaculate Deche. I mean, the brother has been in entertainment for quite a long time. So I know. Look at our picture back then and then look at our picture now and tell me money ain't good.
I picture and I'm like, whoa.
And like, tell me money ain't good.
She's actually been crazy, like, way back.
Yeah, Yemi Alade has been crazy way back. And right about now, we call her Mama Africa. Now, this is it. Like I told you something there. I said, I have a thing for African women who know how to stand on their ground. Who has that, how do I call it? That will, that strong will, you know, Yemi Alade, like the list is endless.
Yeah, she actually portrays that a lot.
She portrays that a lot, you know, and then recently when she came up with that Mama Africa kind of style and everything, where she got to feature the likes of Angelique Kidjo in her recent songs and everything. You know,
Woman of Steel, her recent album, Woman of Steel. I like that. I actually liked that because of like the photo art she used for the album and all. Like it was amazing for her to actually bring herself out there with all of the should I call it? I don't know. Should I call it makeup now or the art on the body, and then made her look like she was made of steel. I mean, I feel like that was just creative.
And also, you guys don't forget. As of 2019, Yemi Alade became the first African artist to hit 1 million views on YouTube.
Wow.
The first African female artist to hit 1 million views. 1 million views on YouTube. And guess the song?
Please tell us.
Johnny. Hey, I am looking for my Johnny.
It's funny how Johnny was actually one of the songs that brought her out.
Johnny kind of like put her out there.
Yes.
And then also don't forget she has a song with Wanda Cole. I'm trying to remember the title of that song. That song was also a hit. That song was immediately after Johnny.
She's actually done like lots of collaborations.
And also don't forget that she was on Beyonce's Lion King's album project.
Yeah.
She was on it. I mean, Yemi Alade has been everywhere. Kudos to her. And then also, like, according to Forbes, Yemi Alade's estimated worth is 4.6 million. Yemi, are you single?
Okay, I'm very sure she's not searching, even if she is.
You're not searching. I'm not searching either, but...
Okay, you know what they say.
Look at the pictures of this guy.
You know what they say. Women actually make the world go around. Even if we had just one woman in today's show.
Don't get too.
Well, we are fast spent in time though.
I just hate it how time flies. You know. Well, it's a good thing that Yemi Alade happens to be the
only female at least though. She's.
And I'm glad that I'm glad to be the one to actually give her gist. Yemi.
You just had to. Well, she's a very own Mama Africa.
Yeah, like our very own Yemi.
Our very own.
Yemi, like I can take all this off and just give you one.
Okay, behave yourself, man.
Okay.
Behave yourself.
Thank you.
Okay. Unfortunately, that's the all we can take today on the Throwback Show. It's sad, but
we'll be back next week.
Been doing it.
We'll be back next week. But this time around, it's going to be comedians.
Well.
Have you seen How Good I?
Basketball.
Basketball? Have you seen Bovey? AY. We're coming for you guys next week. Well, it's also crazy. I thought maybe fun. We're gonna have enough time to cover a lot of
like we said before. Feel free to drop comments in our comment section below. Just tell us what next you want us to do.
You can also send us your pictures.
Send us throwback pictures
of you.
Of you. What you used to wear then, what you used to eat then, what you're eating now, what you're wearing now.
What has changed for you?
What has changed? We just tell us. We can talk about anything. It's throwback. It's the throwback show. We throw way back on anything.
Way back. And then next week, I might just put my picture out there for you guys to see.
Yeah, we don't want to see that.
No, for you, I don't think you want to. All right.
I've been your host. My name is Em, and I've been in the studio with.
My name is Yao, the Godfather. Peace.
All right,
don't do what I won't do. Bye-bye.
Bye.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojema Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassey.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen. Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
It's ODJ Blitz. I feel too mad for you. Yeah, I feel too crazy for you. Baby, girl, I promise you my heart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I promise you my love. Oh, oh, baby, I wanna share my life with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to give my heart to you, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, little family, now you be the one, now you be the one, no. Oh, little family, now you be the one, girl. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna ever play you Ochoro. I'm not gonna ever play you Tinko, Tinko. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna ever busy your call, yo. Yeah. Baby girl, let me be your provider. Say, baby, let me be your shelter. I wanna be there to cover you. Baby, let me be your Muslim. I wanna be there to fight for you. I will never fall your hand, and I will never break your heart, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured me. Oh, yeah. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see her? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Yeah, baby, you've captured my heart. Ooh, do. Can you feel it? Can you feel it, girl? Can't you see it? Can't you see, baby, you've captured my heart. Do, baby, you've captured my heart. Oh, baby.
As we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, Younger or older, we stand as an indivisible unit like atoms. We stand for what we have left is our right. Our plight to elevate to greater heights. Touching the sky, we take flight, not to be out of sight, but in our might. So in the pitch of dark, we are a pinch of light, illuminating the night. For sight will remember us having foresight. Built from a dream, standing supreme, we are a team that beams. Even when the odds are looking slim, turning our losses to wins. As we stand together from around Africa, we speak Africa with the heart of a champion, as it is in our black heritage, to create the new Africa from past Africa. As we stand together, knowledge has no barriers, for we have conquered our fears, shifted gears to plunge further in every sphere, piercing the chest of the future like sharpened spear. We stand together to weather the storm, to be reborn, sprouting like germinated seeds of a corn, to reform a generation like the signal sound of a horn. That though by history we turn. But what's a rose stem without thorns? We take turns to have our history spun from a conundrum of hearts beating like a talking drum, talking from words inscribed on our minds' tabloids. We stand together as African patriots.
Showtime, folks.
I heard you tell your friends I be off, but take me out to they play like small, but you say you see I'm for my eyes. Guys like me to the lie. A baby girl I know could deny though. Me I be that boy and I soft though, but I just want to be your man. I hope say you understand. Say I was so weak for so long, but now your love will make me strong. Now you make me sing this song. Girl, don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like diving in an ocean. Girl, take my hand, we're diving together. Girl, come chill for my corner. We can do anything you wanna. Girl, don't be shy with me. Relax with me, give me that energy. Your body next to me is all that I'm wanting, baby. Yeah, I've been searching for so long, but I don't want to look no more. I sing for you all night long, just don't make me wait too long. I know love in me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. an ocean. Go take my hand, we're diving together. I know loving me feels like jumping from the rooftop. Just take my hand and we'll jump together. We push this COVID-19 away, far away.
Everybody got to realize it. For this life, now one life we get, oh. Everybody got to realize, oh. For this life, you don't get to duplicate. You don't get to duplicate. Keep to the rules and regulations, yeah. Stay for your house, oh. Make you know they go out, oh. Now for your good, the government just pass that law, oh. Now for your good, make everybody they safe, oh. Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh.
You no get friend, oh.
Stay house, make you know they go out, oh.
Make you know they go out, oh.
For this time, Corona no get friend, oh, 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 oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene, oh, oh. Make you day your house, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house for the better. Make we stay house for the better. Everybody stop waka waka, oh. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better. Everybody stop waka waka. Make we stay house, it go better, oh. Corona never get the cure. Everybody make you sanitize it. Corona, it no be our friend, yo. Oh yeah, keep the distance. Oh yeah, stop to the waka, oh yeah. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene.
You wash your hand.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing. Keep it good hygiene.
Wash your hand well.
Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
Make you cover your
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh. Sanitize your hand, social distancing.
6 feet away.
Keep it good hygiene. Make you day your house, oh.
This is brought to you by the Nigerian News and sponsored by Patriots Club of Nigeria.
It's Blaze and the Beat, baby.
One man fit carry plenty woman. Hypocrite around and say I'm mystical. Me, I know sound I like to do, man. It no matter if they identical. Black as you melanin, Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it black as you melanin, yo. Angelina oh my joy. Undisputed on my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make money, the girl them come around. See the girl them come around. Angelina kill it person. Angelina tie mama. Angelina kill it person.
Angelina, no, Angelina, kill it, person picking. Angelina, time, mama picking. Angelina, kill it, person picking. Angelina, oh, yeah, na, Sikira, oh, Sikira. Yetunde, oh, Yetunde, Sikira, oh, yeah, Sikira. The way you give me the comparada. Sikira, oh, Sikira, show. Sikira, oh, Sikira. Sikira, oh, Sikira.
Legacy, you melanin. Angelina, oh my God. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. I like it, legacy, you melanin. Angelina, oh my God. Undisputed, oh my medallion. She dey give me on a daily. Them say I too ugly, oh. As I make you money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around. They say I too ugly, as I make you money, the guy them come around. See the guy them come around.
Angelina, kill it, person picking. Angelina, time, mama picking. Angelina, kill it, person picking. Angelina, no, Angelina, kill it, person picking. Angelina, time, mama picking. Angelina, kill it, person picking. Angelina, oh, yeah, na, oh, la, 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 oh, la, 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 oh, la, 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 It's ODJB. ODJ on this one, yeah. Yeah. Oreo, you're busting my brain, Jaja. The way you're busting my brain, no girl can correct it, no way. Yeah. When you touch me, you spin my world around. I'ma get double everything where you carry for body, oh, baby. Let me be your shoulder, my love is guaranteed. When I pull you closer, it's like falling in love again. Oh, baby, you did do me, Jaja. Oh, baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. That's why I kept falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. Falling in love with you over and over again. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over and over and over again. Falling in love. Like play. Sometimes I go run away, and when I run away, I go jam heavy, go be. Yeah, when they hook me for nego, I go run, come back again. Down on my nails, baby, I know go do it again. No will. The kind of love that you show to me, no other girl can love me the way you love me. You love to do me, Jaja. Oh baby, oh, you love to do me, Jaja. Oh, over and over again. I just wanna keep on falling, yeah. Over and over again. Baby, you know that I wanna keep on falling for you, yeah. Over again. I just wanna keep falling in love. I just wanna keep falling in love with you, baby. Over and over again. Baby, you know I wanna keep falling in love with you. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I wanna keep on falling for you, baby. I just wanna keep on falling in love with you, baby. I just keep on falling in love with you over and over again. I just wanna keep falling in love with you. Oh, DJ is falling. Quick,
name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Messi Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.
My name is Josephine Paul.
Susan Achin.
Yao Bremen, Jude Ojima Audu.
Second Zilang.
Richard Bassi.
Ekanem.
I am Mercy Joe, and we are
African Patriot on African Patriot Radio.